Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the special council meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe,
Present.
Councilmember Bracken,
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Here.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sardinius,
Here.
Councilmember Stoner,
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez will be joining us in a few minutes. Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Frank, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're gonna change the order a little bit so that we can be more efficient. We're gonna take 5A, the ordinance first, get that done. And then after that, we'll go down here, do the presentation from staff with the kind of in a workshop style. And then after that, we'll let the public speak on what's been presented. So with that,
The next item is the first reading of an ordinance, a capital project authorizing ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting CSR Heavy Construction, Inc. for design build services relating to the installation of artificial turf at the St. Agnes Athletic Field project in an amount not to exceed $1,768,827, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
move.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. We look forward to presenting this to you. If Dr. Rector Hoffenberg would come forward, please.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've maintained a joint use agreement with St. Agnes for 20 years now. During that time, we've gained a field at Mast Academy, but lost the field at Crandon Park, leaving us with the net same amount of field space. But during that duration, the demand for access to our fields has increased dramatically. Just in the last 10 years, our registration for field sports has increased 75%. And as some of you recall, we learned an important lesson in 2014 when we were advised that we could build a natural grass field that could withstand the use that we were experiencing. So we spent $400,000 in design and construction fees for the Village Green, and shortly thereafter, as soon as we started playing on the field, the field failed and wasn't accessible. This experience, combined with the knowledge we've gained from operating artificial turf fields at Mast Academy since 2014 and on the Village Green since 2017, is why we are confident that this is the best solution for St. Agnes. Tonight, we have the contractor and representatives from Field Turf present and available if there's any specific detailed questions that we can provide to you. And with that, I'm available.
Okay. Any questions?
I'm just curious about the advancement in technology, the materials since MAST.
Mm-hmm.
What's sort of the latest? So overcoming some of the criticisms about the crumble and such and thus, abrasiveness.
This field is what is defined as the one turf concept. And that is because our primary users for this facility are both rugby and soccer. So the three governing bodies, which are FIFA for soccer, International Field Hockey, and World Rugby, recognize the benefits of artificial turf fields to communities and for their programs, but also recognize that no community could build a field for rugby, for soccer, and a different field for field hockey. So those three governing bodies came together, developed a specification with best practices for welfare of the players, performance, sustainability, and longevity. And that's the specification that we've included in this. in our RFP and what the contractor will be constructing, if so approved.
What's it called?
It's called the One Turf concept.
Todd,
Yes, sir.
I got some emails during the last couple of days about the project and about the ROI versus turf. Can you just run us through the economics of why you made this decision? Because, it looks like it was $50,000 a year, but that doesn't include the maintenance and the 8 weeks of time that possibly. So could you just run us through the economics, why you decided to move this forward?
Sure. So the last couple of years, because of the use, and a natural field turf can only carry so much use. We're exceeding that use with what we have programmed. Usually shortly after the new year, the field begins to fail, and it becomes what last year was determined an unusable surface by the church. They canceled their programs. It was almost majority dirt, so then we end up resodding it over the summer, so we can't use it during the summer, we resod it. So basically, we're spending between the resodding and the regular maintenance, about $115,000, $120,000 a year to maintain a field that doesn't give us a full year of usability. And that's why we're recommending moving forward with artificial turf. And like I said, based on the experience we've had, we went from closing the village green on the holidays to rest the artificial turf, closing it during the summer, to now having a field that we can encourage people to use and we can encourage our programs to use. And when our programs aren't using it, we leave the lights on and let the community use the field. So it really takes something that from your restricting use to encouraging it.
And we'll still be paying rent
Yes, sir.
even if we put the 1.8 million in.
Yes, sir.
That's not up for negotiation.
That's where we stand today in our negotiations, yes.
What's the useful life, and what's the maximum useful life?
So
Say what's the minimum useful life?
the warranty is 8 years. Our experience has been 10 years of useful life with Mast Academy in your capital improvement program to be scheduled to be redone next fiscal year. And what's important to recognize is obviously the initial construction is your biggest commitment. The estimate is between 40% of your construction budget will be the resurface when the usable life ends. So year 10 through 20, the cost, if you're looking at an ROI, is much more beneficial.
And you said in our previous conversation, you said the monthly maintenance on the village green or annualized basis on the village green for the turf was approximately
We spend about 20 to 25,000 a year.
on that. And
Yeah.
the St. Agnes is what, a quarter or a third of that size?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got two speakers on this issue. Myra Lindsay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, Madam Clerk. I just wanted to speak to this because
Just
I
name and
was,
address. I'm sorry.
sorry, Myra Pena Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive, Key Biscayne, Florida. I was on council when we first started putting artificial turfs on the fields. And at the time, it was quite a debate as to the health implications, the temperature implications, and all sorts of things. I think as a whole, it's been productive because we have such incredible use. I am, however, a little concerned about some of the restrictions you have on the use of St. Agnes Field and some things which may not protect your investment. This weekend, if you drove by St. Agnes, they were having a field day with all sorts of machinery and people and rides or just concessions, I should say. And that is something that you cannot have on artificial turf. It will ruin the turf. So my concern is this is private property. It's a wonderful facility, but it is a private facility, and they have some programming that is really going to be a problem unless you control it. And so my issue is, please, before you agree to this investment, make sure that you are protecting your taxpayer investment of $2 million, because they do have programming several times a year where they have concessions, they have rides, they have wear and tear that is not compatible with the turf. And that is something, you know, we're in addition to maintaining the fields and paying $2 million capital outlay, you are also paying, you have a contract, a maintenance contract, or what is it, $60,000 a year? And it's something where you may need to renegotiate some of these terms, because it will destroy and it will be money thrown out the window. And so please consider this, make sure that these safeguards are in place before you invest this money. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis de la Cruz on this item.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. So I was also on council when we had a really, really, really hard time approving the Village Green artificial turf. And my good friend Frank was also on that council. And at that point, we both said that we would vote for it only if we would only be looking for a replacement as soon as we possibly could, whether it be at Crandon Park or Virginia Key or wherever, and that when we found that replacement, then Virginia Key would go back to being our central park as opposed to a playing field. I'm concerned that, you know, I didn't really understand the cost breakdown, because I thought the $50,000 when I spoke with Mike earlier today, we thought that was the total amount that it took to resod St. Agnes each year. And one of the big problems that we've had is not so much the cost of resodding, and it's the fact that we waited until the last moment to resod it, and then the field looked really, really bad for a long, long time, that it didn't have to look that bad. So, you know, what I ask you guys is be careful with this. You know, I mean, another artificial turf in Key Biscayne. Artificial turf is 25 to 30 degrees hotter, you know, for the kids to play on. It's not our ultimate goal. You know, I would challenge Todd and his staff to do a better job at maintaining that turf, and to make sure that every time that the year is over, the school year is over, that immediately they get in there and they replant and they do everything they have to do. That's what I would do if I was you. But, you know, it's a tough question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Todd, Myra brought up a point about them having events there that could destroy or harm the turf that we're going to put down. Have you thought about that?
We're discussing it, and it's something we'll have to add to the language to make sure to prevent that from happening. We'll get specifications from the company of what can and cannot take place, and then add that to our agreement language.
So in other words, can we make this contract subject to you getting it done, or we put it down and then we have a problem, like Myra's talking about, and destroys the turf?
Councilmember, there's two parts to tonight's. Not only it's the ordinance you're looking at now, and then secondly, we have the resolution that agrees to the contract. That's probably where we want to put that. Obviously, this is the first vote for this ordinance. We might want to stipulate that we get those changes in the contract before we come back and approve it next time.
And they're aware of that, so,
Okay, I mean, they have to agree to it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this weekend was a good example
We'll
of.
stipulate that to be put in the agreement.
This weekend was a good example of what we don't want to happen on the field.
What specifically are you referring to?
They had a family day where they had a lot of equipment. They put up a lot of booths. I mean, nice day, but it really did do damage to the field, and it would do significant damage to a turf field.
So I assume that kind of event on the turf, if it damaged the turf, would that void the warranty?
Yeah.
I'm sure it would, yes.
So that's what the language is going to
Right. We'll put something to effect that, you know, they can't do any activities that would damage the field or do something that would, you know, be against the warranty.
Todd, excuse me, the question about, Luis brought up about the temperature on the field, is that correct? That sounds like a lot. I mean, not that I'm challenging his information, just sounds like a lot, 20 degrees.
It is warmer. I don't have the specific numbers, the degrees that it's warmer.
Because I played on that in college and it wasn't that hot, I don't recall, but,
I mean, I don't,
yeah, it's true.
it,
It's upstate New
it
York.
varies by, but I can get you those numbers.
No, I was just wondering if you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the item on first reading.
Sorry. Councilmember Bracken.
With the provisions that Ed discussed, yes.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
With provisions, yes.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Sardinius.
Yes.
Councilmember Stoner.
With the provisions, yes.
Yes, as amended. Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
And Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading.
Okay.
Next item is a resolution of the village.
There's a lot of talk about why we're paying $100,000 or we're paying for rent to St. Agnes, and it's a lot of money, and et cetera, et cetera. Fact of the matter is, there's no other land available, and if there was, the cost of buying it, believe it or not, the $100,000 is much cheaper to pay them than to buy the land and maintain the land ourselves. Not that we have a choice, but actually, it's a decent deal for us.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, next item.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a Fifth Amendment to the Agreement for Use of St. Agnes Catholic Church Athletic Field with the Archdiocese of Miami, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, we'll have Todd come up and talk about it, but this is where we would put those stipulations.
Right, right.
So not in the ordinance, but it would actually be in the agreement that associates with it.
Yeah, so as stated, we'll add the language specific, and we'll get the specifications of what can and can't take place from the contractor and include that so the warranty isn't voided by any activities taking place by either us or by St. Agnes.
Okay. Questions?
Chad, are you satisfied with the release that in the event of cancellation after 5 years, we will be compensated for the least pro rata for the cost of the improvements we're doing?
I mean,
Agreeing to now?
as far as the business terms, that's not really my, my silo. It's more the manager and Todd, but we think that it's appropriate to have the amortization schedule as part of this.
Part of the lease?
Yes. Yes, but as far as it being, the way the numbers play out as a straight amortization, I would defer that to the administration. But we do believe that this lease amendment should have that type of provision in there.
So we'll have that in it.
Oh, yeah, it does, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's included as an exhibit, the amortization schedule in your, which begins, it's month by month, it's not even annual.
Understand.
Yeah.
The other
Okay.
question is, the actual 5 years is a contract. They can't break it in, say, 2.5 years.
I think it's actually a 10-year extension.
It is.
So this agreement would expire in 2035.
I don't know. That I'm talking about, that they only can bind themselves for 5 years. The question is, can they terminate the contract before 5 years?
The way this agreement is written is that it's being proposed to be extended for 10 years.
Okay.
What you're referring to, I think, might be an internal policy of maybe the church. Is that, the five,
Well, I'm
where are you
saying,
coming up with the
well,
5 years?
we have a lease with them. We're going to have a lease with them.
We do have a lease with them.
Fine.
Right.
And that lease is for how long?
This is proposing this Fifth Amendment is proposing that the
10
lease
years.
be extended for 10 years to 2035.
Okay. So my question being, they will be able to cancel after 5 but not before 5?
I guess
Made
I'm
it
trying
clear
to
to me that they
understand.
can't.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm asking. You're saying that the church has said to you privately that they need to be able to cancel after 5 years.
They can't commit for
Okay.
more than 5.
I mean, have they represented that to you?
I've provided them all
So-
the documents. That They
Yeah.
provided some questions today. That wasn't one of them.
So, I mean, as it stands today, I mean, look, the agreement's not signed, okay? This is being adopted in substantially the form. We have presented them with these documents. We haven't received that comment back.
Okay.
So,
Fine.
yeah.
Okay.
All those in favor?
When you're talking
Oh,
about
excuse me.
stipulations, I don't have a concrete suggestion or suggestions, but I think it might go beyond voiding warranty and speaking to things that might lessen the useful life or make maintenance more difficult, more than warranty.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that the mayor, the members of the public who spoke, they understood, was it to speak on both items or just on the ordinance before?
Well, they can come
They can
back
come
up
and speak now. Okay.
on the next piece.
On this agreement right now,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Maybe you want to open it up real quick to see,
Oh.
since you're going to take a formal action on this amendment.
The public hearing's open. Seeing no one come forward, the public hearing is closed. On the item before us.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so we want to move down there if that's the pleasure of the council so that we can see the presentation up close there. And then after that, we'll be taking the public comments on the presentation. Or we can sit up here if you want to. Better? Okay. Okay.
Just have to move the whiteboard.
Yeah, can we move that whiteboard a little bit?
The next item, Mr. Mayor's discussion, Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program, RIAP, Zone 1, Information and Critical Decisions. Village Manager.
Okay, Mr. Manager, take us through where we are with the 60% design.
Good evening, Mayor Roscoe and council members. I'm looking over at Alex to see if we are ready to roll, or what do you think?
Give it a couple more minutes.
We got audio, we got video?
We got audio, not video yet.
Okay, so I want to make sure that we do get the slides up, Mr. Mayor, so that the community can see what we're talking about. So I want to make sure they have an ability to see it up on the screen.
Pizza's there. Pizza's there.
Okay.
Got your priorities.
Best way to get rid of me.
Is that one going into the end?
You need me? Just. Excuse me, sorry.
You guys wanted to change it. You- From being down there up here.
I mean, I wasn't the person that said it, I just said it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if we could, we're still working on the video. I think we have audio, but I think it would be good if I ask Mike Huda to introduce staff and the Black and Veatch team as
All
well
right,
as
let's do
AECOM
that,
team.
yeah.
Why don't we do that so everyone knows who's going to be speaking tonight?
All right, testing on the microphone. Sounds good. Good evening, everybody, Mr. Mayor, council members, village manager. My name is Mike Huda. I am the program manager for the Resilience Infrastructure and Adaptation Program. I'm with Black and Veatch. I know I've had the opportunity to present a few times here, but this is a pretty big milestone. So I'd like to take a minute to introduce the team, starting with village staff. We have Chief Resilience Officer Roland Samimi, Public Works Christopher Miranda, Capital Improvements Program Manager Colleen Durfee, and then moving to, if I'm missing anybody, please let me know. Moving to our AECOM team, we have our Program Manager Eric Alcantara. We have our Program Manager Fernando Navarrete, Robert Eustace, Eric Bridges, Luis Tejada, and then with Black and Veatch, we have Rob Dixon and Julian Sanchez. And Russ Russo, I'm sorry. From AECOM.
All right, Mike, appreciate you using the time. You officially got the audio video up. So
I'm sure I'll get a chance to meet
So well
a lot of
done,
you
well
during
done.
public comments.
I appreciate
Look
it.
forward to it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, looks like we are ready to roll. So,
All right.
as you can tell, we got a flexible crew. Within 10, 15 minutes, we got it back and running. So, first, I'd like to start, and obviously, Mr. Mayor, council members, and the community, I really appreciate that we get an opportunity to join here today. I was going to say at this point, I appreciate your public comments, but I guess we're going to save that to the end. So I look forward to your public comments, and we'll make sure that we take good notes as we go forward. I know this is very important to everybody, so and believe me, it's very important to me and my team as well. So let's go to the next slide. Who's got control of this thing? So first up, and one of the things I really just want to make clear, Mr. Mayor and Council, is that the purpose for this meeting tonight is for us to present a Zone 1 design update. We'll talk about the design itself, the milestones, the financing plan, and we'll also discuss some of the critical decisions that should be made or need to be made to move forward with the project as well as some of the program items. So we'll identify those as we go through. It'll be very clear as we walk through that. I think it's really important that we stay focused. I really don't necessarily want to go back and talk about the standard that we set before. That was approved by council back in April of 2024. This design is set based on that level of service, and we pay good money for this thing. So I want to make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to see what this product is, what this product offers, and then as we go forward, we can obviously make some decisions from that. Next slide, please. You all have seen these before. I'm going to run through them quickly. One more slide. This is the standard slides we present every time. And why I always put this in the presentation is this is the basis and the reason why we do this. But I did save you some time. Next slide. Instead of looking at all four of these, I quadded them up for you. They are officially posted. The clerk did post these today, yes? Not yet? She will post these. You will have a copy of these. If you're looking at this, you've seen these many times, but this is the basis and the standards upon which we move forward with this design. Next slide, please. And again, you all have seen this. This is all about the program. Before I turn it over to the team, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make a few words here. And I want to first say, look, this village has a problem. And it really is, it's about water. And I think most people recognize that, and I don't think it's going to get better. We've been studying this problem since 2015. I guess we began to really look at it in earnest in 2019, but here we are, almost a decade later, still moving forward to address what I think we recognize as a major problem. We know the threats the village is facing. We've studied them. We've modeled them. And now we're moving forward with a design to address it and come up with the right solutions. This design has been very straightforward. It's been very deliberate. We've got the right team in place, the staff, design firm, the program manager, and owner's representative. At a time when, we had a concern about the cost, we even brought in a firm to do an independent cost review. This has been completely and totally done by the book. Unfortunately, for many of us, and to be honest, me included, the cost of this project came in more expensive than I expected. But we have to realize that this truly is an investment in our community. And it isn't, many times, just coming down to money. It's quality of life. It's a cost of living in this beautiful community, surrounded by water on many sides. This is the island that we all love. This is the island that we all want to keep the way it is. So investment in quality of life, lifestyle, but it's also a financial investment. And this is something that we've talked about before. This kind of investment retains and grows your property value. It keeps insurance costs in check, keeps our local economy vibrant, and it also sustains the community's tax base. So this threat we face, if we don't address it, it's going to significantly change the lives of our residents, the children's of our residents, and their children's children. This is something we need to nip in the bud right now. So I certainly hope as we go through this tonight is that common sense prevails and that we work together to find the right solution to protect this beautiful island. I think we owe that opportunity to really look at this design, make some decisions tonight, ask questions, and then discuss the way we want to move forward. So with that, I'm going to ask my team to kick off the next slide. What we're going to do through the presentation tonight, Mayor, is you all have a copy of this in front of you, and obviously you have your screens. There are going to be a number of decisions that we're going to ask you to consider tonight, not necessarily make, as we go through. Some will have cost implications, some may not have cost implications. You can see we have about 10 decisions there. On the left is the decision itself. Generally speaking, when we like that decision to be made, the implication of that decision and what it would do, the cost implication, and then on the right, in order to keep you moving throughout the presentation, we have the slide that you can see as you go through. You'll very much recognize it when you get there because there'll be a big yellow box in the bottom right of that slide that we can stop and have a conversation about that decision. Next slide, please. Before we start into the project itself, I wanted to give a bigger overview of the entire Resilient Infrastructure and Adaptation Program. And we look at it in three categories. First is the main effort. And obviously Zone 1 is the most important part of the main effort. But we can't forget the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study, which is ongoing as well right now. Those are the two main efforts that we're focusing on right now. If you look over to your right, the supporting efforts. These are other projects that we're working on right now. The Garden District, just behind us, is going to do an intermediate stormwater upgrade. Once that is done, we'll look at undergrounding the utilities in Zone 8. And my slides keep zooming in and out. Alex, if we can figure out how to fix this, it'd be great. We're also going to be improving our stormwater pumps. We have 2 of them that we got funding from FEMA to improve. Along with that, we're going to do a streetlight coverage expansion. And then when and if we get the agreement with 301 Ocean Drive, we'll also look at coming up with some sort of way that they'll help us reduce the flooding in Holiday Colony. Along with that, we continue to invest and do our annual stormwater maintenance. When necessary, we do periodic beach renourishments. And of course, right now, and we'll see what happens come March, when the federal government gets through its continuing resolution, whether we get funded for an offshore barrier reef. Move to your left. I won't go through these in details, but you can see there's some shaping efforts in terms of certain agreements we have to make, policies and legislations that we have to discuss and deliberate on, and we'll do that over the coming months. And lastly, and we can't forget about this and how important it is making sure that we hit permitting timely and correctly with the proper permitting agencies. So that's the big picture of the program. We're now going to dig deep into Zone 1 and make sure that we hit every part that's necessary of the 60% design. So Mike, if you got it, keep me moving. You're up next. There you go.
All right, good evening again. The reason we're here for most of us is for Zone 1. This is the K8 basin. We're going to go into more of an introduction on all the components of the project and then what the outcomes are, and we'll speak a little bit about each one of them so everyone understands what has been designed, how we got to this point, and where we're going forward. Obviously, existing system is a gravity system, and the reason we're even doing this project is because there is a flooding problem, what I believe is the worst part of the entire village. New system will be a pump station with upsized outfalls. We'll be improving the roadways to include inlets and inlet filtration and water treatment. Also be including undergrounding of the utilities to be electrical and telecom, and incorporating water and sewer. Here's an overview of the area. And as I just spoke about, here's a list of the components and a list of the outcomes that we are designing towards. We have our engineering team here with AECOM, who's diligently pushing, just completed the 60% design. Our team as owner's rep had a team of about 14 engineers that reviewed all 355 pages of drawings and provided comments, any kind of upgrades, any kind of issues that we'd see. We met in December, we all got together, and we have made that set now to a permit level set. Now we're going to take a step back, and I'm going to ask Mr. Samimi here to go over some of the design criteria that brought us to this point.
As Roland steps up, Mr. Mayor, I just want to do a quick introduction on this. And you can see a couple of the, and I hope the community can see as well, particularly the asterisks. That is what the council approved in April of 2024. And there's some smaller symbols, if you want to call them. The upper point is one that says that we are actually recommending to use something below a set standard. And the one with the plus sign is we're going to use the exact standard that's set. And Roland can go through that in detail as we walk through that.
Yeah, so just as a general recap, ultimately the system has to be designed to a particular storm event, which generates a certain amount of water. So a 10-year, 24-hour storm event was selected as the design storm. That essentially puts down 7 inches of water over the course of 24 hours. That's a South Florida Water Management District measure or metric. Originally, it was slightly higher. It was based on the Soil Conservation Service metric, which was 8 inches per 8 inches over 24 hours. But nevertheless, because there was a desire to sort of right size or optimize the design of the system, a 7-inch storm event was justified and selected. Important to remember, though, that it's not just about the water falling in the area over 24 hours, like the total volume, but it's also very much a matter of rainfall intensity and how much is coming down in a given hour. So that's something to keep in mind, because that's an important design consideration. The boundary condition that we've got to move water against is basically the sea level, and a NOAA intermediate high sea level rise projection was selected. So we're essentially pushing against that wall. That projection would have us see 27 more inches of sea level rise from 2020 to 2070. So that's a significant consideration when you keep in mind that the design life of this infrastructure is around 40 years. So that's another key component of what they were designing to. So the interim level of service that was selected was to allow a certain amount of inundation on the roadways, because there was this idea that as an island, we've always lived with water and we'll always have to live with water. So the objective is not to have completely dry streets all the time, everywhere, under all conditions. It just is unreasonable. So initial amount of water to be retained on the street at the low crown of road being the section that is lowest, but a road is crowned. So it's a little bit lower on the sides and a little bit higher in the middle, but there's a low crown of road and a stretch of road. That would see 12.5 inches of water under this design storm event for no longer than 3.5 hours. So that's an interim level of service, mainly because council had previously just made a determination that they wanted to design a flexible system that could ultimately operate at a 2-inch per hour pumping rate, but might initially be operated at a 1-inch per hour pumping rate. So that's that interim level of service. At a 1-inch per hour pumping rate, you'd see 12.5 inches of water over the low crown of road for no more than 3.5 hours. The next final level of service that would be seen once the system is operating at 2 inches per hour would be a maximum of 9 inches of water over the crown of road at the low crown of road for no longer than 1.25 hours. So that would be at a maximum rainfall intensity period of time where what's coming down in the area might be exceeding the pumping rate that the maximum pumping rate that we have. But as soon as that rainfall intensity drops off and the pump station sort of catches up with the water that has already ponded, then the streets would be clear. And again, another consideration that was made by council was that we wanted to be sure that emergency vehicles would be able to pass under essentially all conditions. I mean, there's obviously some rain events that are so big that you wouldn't be able to necessarily clear or meet that level of service, and then that would be an issue for emergency vehicles. But generally speaking, emergency vehicles would be able to pass under these conditions. The system is also designed to have water quality treatment, stormwater treatment, in order to be consistent with the recent county impervious surfaces ordinance. And we're also, a key consideration of the design was looking inwards into private properties from the right-of-way line and factoring that volume of water into the design of the system. Because while private properties theoretically should be retaining their water, practically, because we're so flat and because we have very little perviousness, that water is likely to end up making it to the right-of-way and the roadway, and so the system has to factor that in. We decided to look 100 feet into a private property from the right-of-way line. We could have gone 50, but there were reasons why we decided not to do that. Previous council had asked the design engineers to look at 75. We did that. The difference between 75 and 100 was very insignificant, so we erred on the side of caution and went 100 in. So that is essentially, in a nutshell, the design criteria that they were tasked to basically design to. With that in mind, we'll move on to a timeline slide.
So, as you can see, there's many factors brought into the design. There's a lot of challenges, especially on an island. The design team has done an excellent job taking these considerations and restrictions, but also just the requirements that are needed in order to also build this system. This design started basically back in April when the level of service was approved. Before that, there was master stormwater plan that they had been working on with discharge deficit, considering all alternatives, which I'm sure we discussed in many previous meetings. 30% was completed in July, and then they moved on to 60%. 60% is a critical milestone because, as I mentioned earlier, that is the permit set of drawings. Those permits are being reviewed right now internally. In fact, we just finished it and being turned back over to the village to be submitted. We'll go into all the different permits and the agencies a little bit later on, but we need to have those permits approved and 100% construction drawings completed in order to apply for what would be the most significant funding source, which is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan. That application is due in June. With that funding, which is for stormwater, roadways, and water and sewer, that allows us to then get go to bid and award for a contract. With that application, they do it once a year in August, and that's where most of the funding gets awarded. If we miss that funding deadline, it'll be about another year until we can apply. Or we can move and fund this with the GOB bond, and that will have a few negative ramifications. One, it has a higher interest rate, and two, it takes away from the other funding purposes of the bond, which is primarily the underground of the utilities, because the loan will not fund utility undergrounding. So this is a tight timeline. We need to make sure that we get these permits in. We need to make sure that they're approved. There's always going to be some back and forth with the regulators, but we're still on track. We've been pushing very hard to keep on track, and that is the focus. As I mentioned, the funding is tied to the procurement. So we're working on procurement development now, building up the specifications, working with our partners at the Water and Sewer Department. But you cannot have the contractor awarded, well, you can, but within 90 days of having the funding and actually giving them the award, otherwise their bid can be altered. So there's a lot of linkages that go into this. And we just wanted to highlight the importance of getting to this June deadline in order to get the funding.
Mike, before you jump, and I want to reiterate it, and council, if you have any questions, please certainly ask. That and why we highlighted in that yellow. And Mike said it, but I think it's really important to reiterate it. We're about ready to submit the permits, because you can do that off a 60% design. Those need to move forward. They've got to get approved. Those have to be a part of our submission that we would submit to the state in June. I want to reiterate, if we miss it, it's not like we go back 2 months later, 3 months later. We go back to next August, in August of 2026. Or we can make a second choice if we want to continue. We would then use our own general obligation bond. The terms, very much different. Higher interest rate, as Mike said. There'll be more fees. And also, again, as he said, reduce the amount of money that we could use for things like utilities, shoreline protection, those sort of things. We only have $100 million in that bond.
Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, certainly. That's why I wanted to bring it back.
I just want to, and a little bit also for the benefit of the public. I understand you guys have a kind of a machine going for grants and loans and all that, which I think it may benefit the public to understand that, staff is progressively applying for these grants to offset the costs of the stormwater system. And missing this permit timeline would set us back with the financial offsets. Is that what you're saying?
It'll set us back a year.
it'll set us back a year. So meaning that whatever savings we're anticipating right now that we have projected through the state by not meeting this timeline, we would not be able to get this time around and would have to wait. So the project would actually, we would not get that discount, for lack of a better word.
And if I could just add one more element to that piece, is that all the cost estimating that's been done to date would then have to be redone because we're a year on down the road and prices of materials change and, you know, all
Yeah,
sorts of things
I
change.
understand all
So-
that.
so
I
but-
want to stick to the, I
Yeah,
want to
but the
stick to,
public needs to realize
to
that.
the timelines that are specific to acquire these grants. Because this project is contingent, as I have understood it, how staff is related, that is contingent to these grants, right, on the financing. Right, so the public doesn't think that we're all paying it all from our pockets. There is significant grants and loans from the state that we are using for this project.
That's correct.
We're okay.
Excuse me, loans
Yeah.
we have to repay.
Whatever,
Yes,
I mean,
can I
grants,
clarify?
yeah, I understand,
So what Councilmember Vasquez is referring to is not only the state revolving fund timeline, but the Resilient Florida grants, the Biscayne Bay Water Quality grants, all of these are state grants that come through every year. We're planning on applying every year for portions of this project so that we can make sure that we're taking as little loan money as possible and taking grant money as the primary source if we can get it instead. So that'll offset our loan amount, which will offset our debt service and therefore reduce the amount of fees that you all pay as residents towards this program. So the more grants we can get, the better. The other part is if we don't start construction or we don't get our permits done, we don't get our construction documents complete, we don't get as many points in that grant evaluation process because they score projects that are shovel ready much higher. And we will be able to more likely get scored higher if we can start construction and show that we have everything ready and that we have a match source, which is the state revolving fund. The Resilient Florida grant and the Biscayne Bay Water Quality grant require a local match. The state revolving fund can be that local match. So that's another component to it.
What's the state revolving loan interest rate right now?
I'd have to check for right now, but last time I checked, it was below 2%.
About 2%.
Yeah, what I want to make clear is that I just wanted to emphasize on the mechanics of this more than anything else, and I can appreciate that loan grant, whatever it may be, we're looking to find offsets for the overall capital investment.
Absolutely.
And as a result of that, this demonstrates that there is a system in place that is dependent on timelines that we must meet in order to get that offset funding in place. That's
Correct.
all. That was my point, more than just whether we get a loan or whether we get a grant or whatever. It's just more of that.
Steve, can you confirm that we cannot use the South Florida, Clean Water South Florida application fund for the utilities? It
I
only
can confirm that.
No, and one of the reasons why we put clean water in front of
Yeah.
it is it's very specifically defined. It's
Absolutely
it's a
cannot
federal
be used,
program
yeah.
passed through to the state,
Yeah.
and it's designed for clean water. You can use it for
Mm-hmm.
stormwater, you can use it for sewer, or you can do it for cleaning up.
Like drinking water.
But
Yeah,
no
essentially
underground,
drinking water.
no underground utilities.
No underground utilities, no.
Just wanted to confirm that. Okay, thank
How
you.
many municipalities are currently competing for these?
The grants?
Yep.
Oh, you-
I want to ask you, just give me an idea. Give us an idea of what.
Hundreds?
Are we under strict
Yeah.
competition for these?
We
It's
had
not like Key
over-
Biscayne gets them all the
There
time.
were over 100 applications for Resilient Florida, and they haven't determined formally how many of those they're going to fund, but it looks like it's a pretty small portion of those applications.
Is it fair to ask that the more of these that we get and the more active we have them, the more opportunities we have to have shovel in place?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So you're referring to if we get a Resilient Florida grant and we continue to apply and everything's shovel ready as we apply, we're more likely to be awarded those
Okay,
grants.
that's an important point to consider.
As long as something's shovel ready and the permits are in place and we have a match source already allocated, we will get full points on all those categories, which makes a big difference in our application.
What amount of funds were we talking about, Colleen? Is this 10 million, 20 million? How much? 5 million? What are we looking at?
I think, I've seen anywhere from a range of like, depending on the project and depending on the size and the type, you could see hundreds of thousands all the way up to like 20 million plus. I mean, there's water management districts applying for this, and they ate up a lot of the funding this round. Those are much bigger areas, though, so those grant amounts are much larger than what we would be applying for.
So as we demonstrate activity, we also demonstrate capacity for funding for receiving funding.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
One other, Colleen, before you go, one other point on time.
Yeah.
It's the time cost of money.
Sure.
What's happened in terms of procurement, materials, labor, since we pick a year, say last year?
Since last year. Mike, you might be able to speak to that better than me.
I mean, the last 2 years, and really the last few years have been an anomaly as far as the inflation rate for both labor and materials, but we typically average about 3% escalation, inflation per year. So on a project that's this size, that's significant.
I think he's referring to just the last
But
year.
just the last year was about 7%.
7 to 10.
And I think probably more important, if you look at the compounded amount over the last 3 to 4 years, it's close to 40, in some cases 50% increase of what it would have been about 4 or 5 years ago.
From 2022
You said
till now,
40%?
40 to 50% more construction costs.
over COVID.
Because of hurricane events in the West Coast and.
Hurricane events, there's more money that's flush. You know, there's a lot more activity going on, and obviously we all know that material rates have gone up, labor rates have gone up. Florida itself went from a $10 per hour minimum wage 5 years ago, and it's $15 this year. And so every other wage has to go up the same. So you know, even Florida itself went up 50% in terms of wages.
It's important to follow that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'd like to get into a little bit more of the actual design and project. So we have an overview of what this entails.
Yeah, so really, I mean, we got to just turn this into reality and talk specifics. What you're looking at here is the Zone 1 area that is the focus of this drainage improvement. The blue lines are essentially laterals. You know, you want to start from the outfalls and work our way? Okay, so the yellow dots are outfalls. Ultimately, we've got to move the water from the land and discharge to the bay. We're going to discharge through these 2 existing outfalls that we have that are the yellow dots on the right, and then some new outfalls that we're going to create based on an easement agreement that we recently were able to secure thanks to a interested resident, shall we say. From the outfalls, we're going to work our way up the system to the force mains. Those are those black dotted lines. Those force mains are relatively large. We're talking about 60-inch force mains, 72-inch force mains, 48-inch force mains. A force main is basically meaning that the water is passing through them under pressure. It's pressurized by the pump station, which is the green square that is going to exist in Harbor Park. Feeding the pump station are trunk lines, which are the red lines in this figure. Those trunk lines are relatively large also. They start up at the school area as 36 inches, 36 or 48, and they move down towards the pump station, getting increasingly larger, 48, 48, 48, to I think 50s or 52s, and ultimately they reach a stormwater treatment unit before the water flows into the pump station, to the force mains, and then out to the bay. Feeding the trunk lines are other conveyance piping that we consider laterals. Those are the pipes that go along the streets that then flow down to the trunk lines. Those laterals are going to be upsized and range between 24 and 36 inches in diameter. And ultimately, the water enters those laterals through inlet structures on the street. Those inlet structures and inlet grates, like catch basin grates, are where the water enters the conveyance system and then just gradually flows towards the pump station. So the laterals and the trunk lines are essentially slightly sloped, and the water then gradually makes its way to the pump station through gravity. And then once it passes through the stormwater treatment unit, it enters the pump station. The wet well in the pump station then pressurizes, and then it goes out the force mains to the outfalls. And each outfall is going to have a dissipator structure on it, such that because it's under pressure and flowing at a relatively high rate, that high rate needs to be reduced before it hits the bay, or else it's going to cause scour of the bay bottom, and it can scour out the toe of the seawalls that those structures are built into. So the water's got to be slowed down, and it's going to be slowed down by passing through a dissipator structure.
A few things to note, just this will be built in stages, so it's not that the entire zone will be built at the same time. And it's going to be built very deliberately so that we can maintain as much of the drainage of the existing system as possible while it's being constructed. That's going to be a challenge, we know that. We're going to be working with the contractor to minimize that disruption. But the general idea is to build the outfalls and the pump station, then through the force mains and that conveyance system on the west side of the village, then the trunk lines, then the laterals. We're working very closely with the K-8 school and the school district as one of the main stakeholders to try and minimize the disruption to obviously the school, as much as possible to be done during non-school time. But this is going to be a multi-year process, so it will be going in stages, and we're trying to plan it as such.
Yeah, also it's important to note, we're going to be using existing outfall locations. We're going to create a new outfall location, and I think it's 6 drainage wells, gravity drainage wells that we currently have in Zone 1 will ultimately be abandoned in place. And all the water will be moved through the pump station to outfalls and the bay with the appropriate stormwater treatment in place as well. That's designed into it. You can't really see the stormwater treatment train, but it essentially starts it really starts at the street level with street sweeping, and then it goes from there. And then we have a slide that sort of walks us through that stormwater treatment train.
So we're going to move into the components now.
So this is more focused specifically on the outfalls and the discharge capacity. One of the big challenges that we had with Zone 1 was having sufficient discharge capacity given the amount of water that we need to move. Ultimately, to operate at the level of the final level of service, which would yield, I believe it was 9 inches. Was it 9 inches? It was 9 inches over the crown of road for 1.25 hours at a 2-inch per hour pumping rate. You'd need essentially 154 cubic feet per second of discharge capacity. As we initially operate the system at a 1-inch per hour pumping rate, we really only need 80 cubic feet per second of discharge capacity. So those are discharge options. With the new outfall situation that we're going to be designing, that will get us all the discharge capacity that we need to operate at a 1-inch per hour pumping rate. So we're leaning heavily onto that. As we then choose to move more water to achieve the ultimate level of service, we will need to bring additional discharge capacity online. We have an existing easement at 540, 550 Harbor Drive. That can be maxed out and then generate around 37 cubic feet per second of discharge capacity. Ultimately, those 3 outfalls would provide ample discharge capacity and a little bit more for water to come from elsewhere down the road at some point in the future that we're not even really thinking about at this point. Steve, you wanted to add something?
I want to, and I really appreciate that setup there, and I think that's really important, Rowan. So what I want to do, because here we've come to our first yellow box, I want to, at least if council is comfortable with having a conversation about this, obviously you can be there if you want to provide some feedback. But one of our thoughts that we can do is just rely on the outfalls at 1 and 2 Harbor Point. That would give us sufficient amount of outfall capacity to allow us to operate at 1 inch. And so this is an opportunity to possibly reduce the cost, at least initially, upfront, of $1.6 million.
We'd still have the easement for 540, 550?
Yeah, we'll still have the easement for 540, 550, and we'll still have the easement for 640 Sunset Circle. So we're not abandoning the option of being able to build discharge capacity at those locations when the time comes and we want to exercise that.
First yellow box seems easy to me.
Excuse me?
First yellow box seems an easy question to me, with the easements in place. You certainly want those easements in place.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have those easements.
Yeah, we're not losing those easements.
We already
They're
have
standing
them.
easements.
We're gonna maintain them, and then all we're doing is adding the easements that we just recently council voted to approve at 1 and 2 Harbor Point.
When are you projecting that gravity won't exist any longer for this purpose?
Excuse me?
When are you projecting that gravity won't be a force of nature for this purpose?
You know, I mean, honestly, I don't really have a crystal ball to be able to tell you exactly what sea level rise is going to do exactly when. What we do know is that as sea level rise happens, groundwater will respond and also rise accordingly. And it's because we're so close to the coast, it is a 1-for-1 increase. So a foot of sea level rise is going to translate to a foot of groundwater rise as well. And there isn't going to be a lag between the two. It's pretty instantaneous.
And that'll affect both gravity wells and outfall.
Absolutely, because without the pumping system that is essentially pushing water against that sea level rise, which is a boundary, it's like imagine it's a wall, then you need to have some sort of slope, hydraulic gradient in order to get the water to flow. And right now what's creating that hydraulic gradient is the tide dropping. So what you'll notice is that when it's high tide and the streets are flooded out, they typically do not drain, but then as soon as the tide drops, they start to drain. And so it's because there is that theoretical slope that allows the water to move downhill to the bay, essentially, or into the wells.
What I notice now is at high tide, the manholes fill up.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really flood.
Well, I mean, in certain areas, I mean, I have pictures in certain areas where the roadway around that catch basin drain does have water, and it is salt water. So, you know, that's sort of a combination of groundwater rise and the fact that salt water is also pushing up into the pipes. Now, we do have backflow preventers on the outfalls, but that's not to say that water might not be making it into the pipes because of cracks and whatnot. I mean, there's a lot of old pipes.
So water's already backing up, but it's not inundating yet, but the prediction is that it will.
Oh, there's already sunny day flooding at high tide during king tide, which is September, October, November, you know, around catch basin drains right close to the bay and the outfalls. You know, that's already happening.
So basically, there's really no downside to going ahead and reducing these two outfalls, and we could save $1.6 million. I think it sounds like a no-brainer unless I hear.
Just want to be clear, there's no downfill now. I mean, at some point, in order to get it to a 2-inch capacity, it will be, but yeah, to get to a 1-inch capacity, we believe there's no downfill.
And also, yeah, truth in advertising, I mean, with only that amount of discharge capacity and that initial pumping rate of 1 inch per hour, if you do get a rain event that exceeds that rainfall intensity, your streets are going to inundate to varying depths for a certain amount of time until that rainfall intensity drops off as the storm sort of like peters out, and the pump station then can catch up to the ponded water that has already sort of come to bear.
Right, but we can handle that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of the decision to live with a certain amount of water.
Right.
Right.
The easiest decision to live with a certain amount of water seems to me to be duration.
Okay. I have I mean, aren't some of these, $1.2 million in the context of an $80 million, and I'm not saying at all that it's a cost, but a lot of this stuff can get absorbed into the construction with incentives with a contractor, however that can be worked out. Why are we talking theoretically when we don't really know yet what the construction price is going to be? I mean, can we do that when we know, like, put it as an alternate for the package of the contractor? I'm trying to think in the sense of we're all there's ways of doing this, folks. I'm saying we can talk about it now theoretically and say, okay, we'll cut off $1.2 million. That's fine. We can do that. We can perfectly do that. But there's also opportunities to put it in the construction contract where the contractor looks at it and sees it as an alternate to deduct, a deduction into the contract. So then the contractor sees it and says, you know what? I'll build it. I'll put it all in the same price. It's a matter of economics of scale. It's a matter of logistics. It's a different game for the contractor. I mean, we can take it out and it'll be just a theoretical number. But we can also put it in the contract to negotiate with a contractor a good price. It's just.
Excuse me. From my experience, you just put an option in there.
No, you didn't.
Deduct, period. In other words, this is the total. If we don't do this, it's deduct.
You
Contractor
deduct
gives
it
you
out of the
price and
value.
that's it.
Yes, you deduct it, but you give the contractor the option to put it in as a matter of economics of scale. What people need to understand right now is that we're talking theoretical numbers. We're not talking actual numbers, folks. The number becomes actual when the contractor signs that contract. And that there's a lot of other components into that price that we're not discussing today, which is construction logistics, materials, all those things. So I think potentially another condition to consider would be throw it in the contract, put it as a deduct, and let the contractor decide whether negotiated with the contractor. Use it as a negotiating tool with the contractor. I'm just saying, take it out if you like. I'm not going to fight it here. I'm just offering an alternative. Yeah,
That is an
as an option.
All right, let's keep going.
Right, so
And
this
this, I do want to add to where Councilmember Vasquez was going, from an option, and we could also, I want to make sure it's clear how the state revolving fund works. It is a line of credit, so if we ask for our $20 million per year, which is what we'll ask for, we don't have to spend it, right? So we can ask for that $20 million, put it in, we choose not to do it, and we just do not spend it. So, again, we can make a decision. What I do want to do is just want to make it clear that if we wanted to get to only 1 inch capacity in the near term, we have the ability to make some cost savings.
That's great stuff. To me, it's all positive.
Right. So getting back to the specifics of the design, this figure is just to give people a sense for what a dissipator structure actually means. And this is an outfall. This is a typical. You're talking about essentially a box that would have features in it such as baffles to slow the flow of water down once it leaves the force main and before it reaches the bay. The wet face of this box is essentially the seawall, and it has openings in it, and the water flows through this box through various baffles in this structure. And as it flows through those baffles, it slows down, and then when it starts moving out of the structure and through those grates and those openings in the seawall, it's at a rate that doesn't exceed about a knot, so that it doesn't scour the bottom, doesn't create turbidity, and it doesn't erode the toe of the seawall. So this is going to be a feature that would most likely be at 550 Harbor Drive or at 640 Sunset Circle. For 1 and 2 Harbor Point, we've come up with an innovative approach to incorporate the dissipator structure, this box structure, into 2 existing docks. So the dock would be essentially on top of the structure, and then the water would flow underneath and out to Hurricane Cove. Go to the next slide. So we talked about how this is going to be a pumped system now, gravity to the pump station. This is to give you a sense of the pump station layout within Harbor Park. The above-ground feature of the pump station is essentially that house structure. That's going to house an emergency backup generator to operate the pumps that are all subsurface. They're in the ground, they're below ground. And associated with that generator structure is an electrical room to operate all the pumps and the power from the generator to the pumps. And additionally, the FPL transformers will also be housed in that structure. To the left of the structure is essentially the pump station itself, which would be all the pumps and all the valves and all the piping that, that needs to then direct the water to the force mains that then lead to the outfalls. And all of that is underground. So what you would see is essentially a usable surface that has hatches in it, but the hatches then are also disguised so that that surface is basically uniform and usable for whatever recreational purposes we want to entertain for Harbor Park. Do you have something?
This is also, turn myself back on. This is also kind of corresponding to the conversation we just had about choosing outfalls that allow us only to have 1 inch capacity. We could also reduce the number of pumps from 6 to 4. That would also equate with that reduction. And in this case, we could reduce the cost of the project by $2 million.
Right, and just to give the public and council a sense of scale, that structure's footprint is about 1,130 square feet of the total area of the park, just the above ground piece, and then the below ground piece. I don't recall exactly what the square footage is, but nevertheless, all of that is below ground and is usable surface for whatever recreational activity you want to invoke there. This is just a rendering of the existing pump station design. It's not to say that it's exactly going to be this. We're going to have a community meeting in February to discuss Harbor Park specifically and the pump station and get the community's input on how we want to make this thing look, how we want to treat it, how do we want to disguise it, whatever. Everything's on the table, but the location, from an engineering point of view, is going to remain in that corner of the park. Did you want to add anything to that with regards to the adaptability of the pump station?
I mean, we started the conversation before. If the council wants to jump in and kind of deliberate on number of pumps, and then even just the location, and as Rowan mentioned, we will hold a meeting with the community in February to get their input, and then obviously we'll come back to council for your input as well.
The location is regrettable for reasons that we've discussed.
The location in the park or the location?
In Harbor Park.
Yeah.
The generators?
Is it wacky to think that this whole decision could be deferred for some period of time because pumps won't be needed for some period of time at all?
No,
is that risky?
The pumps or generator?
Both.
The pumps are a pretty critical part of this entire design.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
Ultimately it's essential, but the question of time rather than its intrinsic need is what prompts
this system won't work without pumps.
It won't work over the long term.
No, if you didn't put any pumps in, it's not going to work.
No,
It's going to have some number of pumps. The question is how many. So if you wanted to operate at a 1 inch per hour system, you'd essentially have 4 pumps. 3 of them would be your main operating pumps, and then 1 of them would be a backup pump. And then ultimately, to get to 2 inches per hour, you'd have to have a total of 6 pumps, 5 being your main operational pumps, and then 1 being your backup pump in case one of those main operational pumps burns out. Now, the system will be built to ultimately take 6 pumps, but it doesn't have to necessarily operate that up front with all 6 pumps.
I think the tentative decision or consensual outcome that just occurred is the same decision on this yellow box. It's 4. We just decided
And
to have a one.
why did the engineer originally offer 6 pumps?
Because ultimately, the level of service that was desired, given the design storm and the rainfall intensities and the total volume of water to be moved in that design storm,
was 2 inches per
would
hour.
warrant operating at 2 inches per hour with 6 pumps.
Okay.
You remember the
In the
target
context of increased impacts of sea level rise or increased rainfall events, or however you want to call it, would we, if we had to go back within 5 years or so to do that, would that be a higher increased cost? I would say, right? We'd have to remobilize and put those pumps again. What's the additional cost of doing this later?
So the design includes the wet well sized to house all 6 pumps, and there
Yeah.
would be redundancy in whether it's to 1-inch or 2-inch level of service. So it would be 3 operating pumps and a redundant pump, or 5 operating pumps and a redundant pump. If we were to go in and install the next 2 pumps, you'd already have a place for it. You'd have the valves.
Yeah, you have
you'd
the rails, you have
valve off.
everything-
You'd have to
everything
put in new
set.
breakers, new valves, right?
Yeah.
But
you'd
we
be
would
able
have
set it
to,
in.
so there wouldn't really require any remobilization or anything like that.
Just
just
for a
drop the 2
mechanical
pumps in.
contractor to come
You have
back
to
in
pay
and
more.
install it.
Does it require additional operation costs by having less pumps than 6 pumps? Replacement, et
The
cetera?
operational costs would be a little bit lower with fewer pumps.
With, yeah, okay, operating, but replacing. Okay, fair enough. I'm good.
It seems to me the cost would be whatever the inflation rate is on buying the equipment.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
There would be
fair enough.
escalation, you know. And bear in mind also that if you're operating with 4 pumps and 1 inches per hour of discharge need, when you go for more, you're gonna have to have that excess discharge capacity also. So if you're putting off building, say, the outfall at 540, 550, because you don't really need it, because you're only operating at 1, as soon as you want to then operate at 2 with the additional pumps that you choose to put in at a later date, you're gonna have to have the discharge capacity to go with it.
So these things are very closely associated with each other.
Okay.
Is there, if we put in 6 pumps, would the other 2 pumps just be sitting there?
Well, if you put in 6 pumps and you didn't have the discharge capacity to match those 6 pumps, you're
wouldn't
sort
turn 'em
of,
on.
you can't really push that much
Well,
water out.
well, this is really a
Discharge.
$3.6 million deduct. So, because you can't do it without, if you don't have the outflows, you can't get rid of the pumps. Without the pumps, you can't get rid of the outflows. So it's a 3.6 deduction because there's 1.6 for the outfalls and 2 point for this. So it's a 3.6 deduction.
Still with the sequence of operations, the pumps would rotate, so it wouldn't be that they just sat. They
Okay,
would still, and they would be operationally tested every week.
okay.
So, but to your point, they wouldn't be discharging any additional
Well,
capacity
it would reduce
until
the
the,
wear and tear on,
that is correct.
that's one way of looking at it, and another way of looking at it is we don't.
It's more
Yeah.
but it would be more maintenance and more still. wear
I
for-
appreciate the trimming as long as we don't affect the integrity of the design.
No,
That's
remember,
what I'm
the
wanting to
design
get to.
life is intended for 40 years, targeting at 2060, 2070. So,
Right.
we think that in the interim, and what the interim is, obviously, we're gonna have to watch, how the flooding is, and then there may be some period of time, maybe it's 5-10 years that we can live with just 1 inch per hour. But at some points, we're gonna cross over that threshold where we're gonna want 2 inches per hour.
What's the life of the pumps?
Fernando Navarrete is really the pump station expert with AECOM, so he'd be the best person to direct, the technical questions.
Yeah, for the pumps, normally the warranties can be 5 to 10 years. I mean, sometimes they can last 20 years. The pumps depends on how much they get used. And I want to clarify, the pump station will have at the end 6 pumps, which means 6 will be in operation and 1 is redundant. So in case a pump is down, you still have a pump that you can operate. The system right now with 1 inch will have 4 pumps with 3 operational and 1 redundant. Now, you normally are gonna use only 1 pump the majority of the time for small rain events, and you rotate, like someone mentioned, the pumps, so each pump works just so much. The 3 pumps for 1 inch is gonna happen only when we have a 10-year event, but you're gonna need to get to 2 because of the sea level rise, right? So like Steve was saying, maybe it's 5, 10 years before the sea level rise is such that we start reaching the 2 inches.
Thank you. So that sort of gives you a sense for the pump station in Harbor Park. Moving beyond the pump station, we wanted to give you all a sense for what the water quality treatment train was going to be and the way the design is being oriented. Essentially, the water quality treatment really starts on the roadway itself. So we already do existing street cleaning. We're going to continue to do street cleaning because at the end of the day, if your streets are clean, it doesn't end up in the conveyance system. As water flows off the street and enters the inlets, we're going to have curb inlet grates, and we're also going to have catch basin undergrate filters. Those filters are intended to capture dissolved nutrients. That's a very big concern region-wide relative to Biscayne Bay and is a critical factor in the impervious surfaces ordinance, ultimately reducing nutrient loads to the bay. This is a solution that is an acceptable solution, has been tried and tested. We're going to go with these undergrade basket filters as the next level of treatment. The water is going to flow to a stormwater treatment unit, which is a mechanical sort of hydrodynamic sort of treatment unit that will deal with oil and grease and sediments and other objects and things that end up in the conveyance system. And from that stormwater treatment unit, it's going to end up, the water is going to end up in the pump station in a wet well, where then the pumps would then move the water out to the force mains in the outfalls. That's fundamentally the classical stormwater BMP treatment train with the addition, the enhancement of the undergrade basket filters to deal with lowering the dissolved nutrient concentrations and loads.
So Roland, you have a consumable, obviously, on the filter, correct?
Yeah, that
Okay,
is
so,
a consumable.
So how many of these filters is this a quarterly change, half a year? or
No,
is-
I mean, they're gonna have to be cleaned.
So they're-
Probably on a quarterly basis, but then the material in the basket, probably every couple of years, 2-3 years.
So do we have an idea from AECOM of what this costs, I mean, roughly per catch basin?
I don't have it in my head, but yeah, we do have those costs.
The operating budgets have been included in the later budget slides.
Okay, so you have these consumables in those operating budgets?
I believe that we do, and just for you to know, the cost for the inlet basket filters in total for Zone 1 is about $1 million.
Could you comment on the permittability of this solution? Fernando's been speaking about this.
Well, we've had a lot of discussions with DERM regarding the impervious surfaces ordinance, and AECOM has had a lot of conversations with them as well. This is permittable, and this is what we're going to put forward in our permit applications to address the load reductions. And I don't have the exact numbers in my head. I have them sort of in this pile of papers, but the load reduction is going to be appreciable. I mean, right now we've got nothing. We've got no treatment really, other than just cleaning out our pipes and our catch basin drains, and in streets and sweeping the streets. But what I have here that AECOM just passed on to me is that ultimately, we're looking at around 87% reduction in total suspended solids, 66% reduction in total phosphorus, and around 35% reduction in total nitrogen. So, I mean, it's a meaningful load reduction. You know, I mean, that's what we're, you know, we're.
Does it comply with the new regulations?
I mean, I believe that it will.
You say it will. I was told before that it wasn't, that we don't have the ability or the capacity to comply with the new regulations. So what's
Well, I
happened
mean,
recently?
the load reductions that are being put down by Durham and the state are relatively unachievable regardless of what technology you're using out there today.
That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I say,
so-
that's what I've said, and that's what I will
So
continue to
therefore,
say.
we can't meet them then, right?
No, that's not necessarily true. Because,
Unachievable usually means you can't meet them, doesn't it?
no, I mean, Steve, do you wanna jump in here and talk a little bit about?
Actually, I was just texting the director of RER who, interestingly, has, so the ordinance is two parts. Well, there's many parts to the ordinance. It's quite a large ordinance, but the two that are very specifically oriented towards water quality is it outlines the specific nutrient levels that we must achieve. And the second part says, or at the discretion of the director, based on all potential and required water quality systems to be put in place, the director can make that decision to approve your permit.
So basically, you're saying it's negotiated.
No, we're not going to negotiate.
Well, no,
They're going to hold the line.
negotiate in the sense that you can't achieve the standard now, so you have to negotiate something less than that standard, right?
Well, I mean, negotiate is a strong word. Is it something that, well, look.
Good word.
The regulatory agency always has the upper hand. They're the ones who hold the standards, and they're going to make sure that we comply to the best of our ability.
Yeah, and there's also the element of net improvement too.
Yeah.
When you compare what you're generating now to what you previously were, is there an appreciable net improvement? And that's a consideration that they also put weight on as well, beyond just, does it meet like a certain threshold?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying at this point in time, we don't know what they'll accept, correct?
Well, I can say that I spoke to one of my counterparts that's working on a very similar project over in Brickell, and they are moving forward with a very similar process, a little bit ahead with their design, and is being approved with Durham.
Sorry?
So is being approved with Durham. So they just had the same
What
conversation.
is being
that we're-
approved? The same standard we are?
Oh,
or
it's
different
always
standard?
different because there's different levels of inlet filtration.
Is it higher or lower than we're proposing?
I'd have to go in. I'd have to go in.
It
after
really
the
depends on the
But it's the
level
same
of
basic
pollutants.
system.
Okay, but the question is, the answer is yes, they will consider what we're doing.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah, I've done a lot of soul searching on this ordinance, and I think I've always felt it was a significant unfunded mandate that is very difficult for all communities to meet. The bar is set up way too high, and the requirements for water quality far exceed what any community can actually achieve and can actually finance. I was hoping, and I've expressed this before, and I continue to express it, that Key Biscayne, if we're going to improve our stormwater system, we must always be at the lead. We must always lead by example, because really we are major stakeholders, or we're stakeholders of Biscayne Bay. What I see here is a very good faith, strong faith, good faith effort in doing the right thing. What I want to make sure is that the county doesn't come back, or that this helps maybe the county shape their ordinance back to reality and say, you know, Key Biscayne, we're doing the right thing. We're doing what we need to do to help clean out the bay. But you, county, you need to really work out your issues with Biscayne Bay and not put the burden on the municipalities and on the taxpayers. So it's a good faith effort.
Yep.
It shows that we're doing the right thing, but it also needs to help catapult that the county into a better, more realistic ordinance for municipalities.
Yeah, I'd also just like to add to that, because Key Biscayne is doing a lot relative to how we are minding our nutrient loads to the bay. Beyond this stormwater treatment issue, you know, the greatest load reductions that we're generating are really through the fertilizer ordinance that we put in place. And if people are conforming to the fertilizer ordinance during the wet season and not fertilizing, that nutrient load is not making it to the bay. And that's a significant nutrient load that is impactful to water quality in the bay. The other element, even more impactful than that, was the sewering that the municipality invested in, and getting all of the homes off of septic, which is really your largest nutrient load to the bay. And so we've done that, so we are leading the charge.
But that's where I'm going. We are leading the charge. We're leading the charge because we're doing what we need to do to improve and far improve our conditions better than what other municipalities are doing.
Oh, agreed.
We have to use this particular condition or this particular moment to work with the county in developing a far better, more realistic ordinance that really aligns with with what communities can actually afford, and put the burden on them as well and other municipalities to clean the bay, not just on the taxpayers here to do so. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it does, and we are in very close communication with Durham, back and forth, AECOM, ourselves on this topic.
Let's use this as an opportunity.
We are. I mean, look, we're definitely doing this. They're all ears. They want to understand how it impacts us, and it just doesn't start at the county. They're actually implementing a state policy. So
what Biscayne Bay needs is a centralized approach to clean the bay. It should not be put on the burden of the taxpayers to clean the bay. It should be part of a stakeholder agreement or coalition or whatever it is, a centralized approach, be that through policy, through technical approaches, whatever it is, to clean the bay.
There's a lot of attention.
A lot of effort going on. You mentioned earlier about unfunded mandates. So there are two tools that we use, is the Biscayne Bay Commission Clean Water grant, which we can apply for, and we are applying for it, number one. And number two, again, the reason why I put the word clean water in front of the state revolving fund, that is also one of the reasons that it exists, to ensure that we ensure the water is clean before it goes into. So they're doing their best to provide us support, and trust me, we're working with Durham in order to make sure the way they're implementing their ordinance works for everybody.
Right.
So,
all right. So moving beyond the water quality treatment issue, another element of the stormwater system is the roadways. We're focused very much on the conveyance and the pump stations and the outfalls, but the roadways themselves are part of the stormwater system. And in order to achieve the level of service with the various pumping rates that we've been discussing, there is going to be a need to elevate roadways. It's just a reality of living on a low-lying barrier island. And so this figure, what you see here is generally the magnitude of the lift of the roadways throughout Zone 1. The majority of the lifts are going to be basically between 6 and 12 inches. But in the lowest lying area of Zone 1, which is effectively around the school, there are lifts that are going to be relatively large, around 24 to 30 inches. Now, AECOM has done a very detailed look at all the finished floor elevations, the various lot elevations. This is all based on the LIDAR surveying that was done a few years back, where we have very high resolution topographic elevations of this entire area, and taking into consideration the rising groundwater table, taking into consideration the clearances that need to be retained between the base of the roadway and the water table, taking into consideration the harmonization of the roadway to the driveway apron to the private property in the slopes that need to be maintained so that they're not too extreme and not passable by low-lying vehicles. this is the extent of the lifts that they believed would be appropriate maximally for this design. We have been in close communication with the school because that's where the roadway lifts are going to be the greatest. And we've explained to them what the harmonization scheme is going to be and what it will entail and how it will blend with the school property, not only visually and physically, but also relative to water. And we're confident that we have a reasonable roadway design for that area and for the other areas throughout Zone 1. In between the in between the intersections are going to be valley gutters. So it's going to be essentially roadway to a valley gutter like we have around here, the Civic Center, to then your pervious right-of-way, which is just going to be, you know, grass or whatever it is. So that's what a valley gutter looks like. In that valley gutter, so the water hits the roadway is sloped and crowned so that then the water is directed into the valley gutter. The valley gutter then takes the water to the inlets. Part of the reason to have the valley gutters is to have a more efficient direction of the flow to then minimize the number of catch basin drains that we need and the number of inlet structures that we need. So it's in a way, it's a cost-saving tool because you're more efficiently moving the water to the drainage points. And then at the intersections, the way a number of the intersections that we have now are curbed, the intersections will also be curbed. And in between the intersections will be these valley gutters.
It reduces the amount that we have to tie in to the right-of-way so that there's no encroachment into private property and limits the amount of intrusion to the landscaping as well. We have a few typical renderings of some cross-sections of the roads.
Yeah, this is essentially what the roadway would look like on Harbor Drive around the vicinity of Harbor Park. So the dotted line is the existing roadway elevation, and then obviously what's above it is what the new roadway elevation would be with the valley gutters to either side. And then there will be some sloping down from the valley gutter and into the right-of-way. And to the extent that the right-of-way might accumulate a little bit of water during a rain event as necessary, then drains to the drainage system can be added. But the thought is that as that right-of-way has some perviousness to it, it would take that water and then any excess would make its way into the drainage system. This is a cross-section around the school, and again, the dotted line is where the existing roadway is, and then the solid is what the roadway will look like once it's been lifted and then reconfigured with the various drainage features. As we mentioned, there's going to be a need to harmonize the roadway elevation to the adjacent property, and that's going to be done primarily in the driveway apron, which is in the right-of-way. And AECOM has looked at the 430 driveway features that connect to the roadway, and none of the slopes that have resulted from the roadway lifting is going to exceed 12%.
Yeah, the grade break will not be greater than 12%. So vehicles will not bottom out.
This is Eric Bridges. He's one of the roadway engineers for AECOM.
Yes, and I personally looked at all 430 driveways. It was a long process, but so we held a 12% grade break. So the slope of the driveway, 12% is fairly flat. We went out and measured existing grades, and we saw 14%, 15% grade breaks. So in order for the low clearance vehicles to not scrape the bottom or the front of the bumper, we held it to a 12% grade break.
Right. So, Steve, did you want to speak to the decision point that council is going to have to discuss?
You know, we've got a situation, and I think, you know, we mentioned this earlier, but I want to make sure the public understands. So we have an ordinance in place that currently requires homeowners to place the same materials that they put on their property on the driveway out into the apron, which is on the right of way. Obviously, in many of these cases, we're going to come through. We're going to interrupt that. We may have to take it out. So there's two questions here. One, do we replace it with like material, or do we replace it with a standard material? And this is showing concrete. It doesn't have to be concrete. And then the second question from that is, if we do it with a standard material, what would that standard material be? So I think it's a two-step question. First one is, I think it's open for conversation, is do we want to try to put their driveways back to the way it was? Is that the best approach that we want to do?
And just for the benefit of the public, these two pictures are the same driveway, and this example was as a result of the Safe Routes to School project. So anyway, just wanted to clarify that.
Do you have an example of where the crown of road is higher than the existing driveway? So in other words, the opposite of this, because this is an elevated house. What about a house that's not elevated?
Is this what you're referring to?
No. So if you took an existing Mackle, for example, which
Yeah.
is going to be there, and you raise the road in front of that, you're going to, unless you put some kind of dike, the water's going to roll back into the house. So how's that harmonization going to occur?
Want to address that? Yeah. So just so I understand, so you're saying if the road is higher than the private property?
Private driveway, correct, yeah.
So in that case, we would have the crown of the road, and then we would have the drop curb on the edge of pavement, and then we have the slope down into the private property.
There could be a little V where water would accumulate, but then that would drain off into the pervious area to either side of the driveway apron. And if that is insufficient, then drainage would be created to then direct that water into the drainage system.
Correct, yeah, so if we're looking at the cross-sectional view right now, if on the driveways, there's also a profile along the road.
Like in that lower panel?
Yes, so water is gonna hit that V, and then it's gonna flow towards the direction of the profile into the grassed area on the side. We're analyzing every single grass area between the driveways to see if there's a need for a trench drain. If there is a possibility of the water ponding there and then backing up into the private property. In 95% of the cases, we're seeing that when the water ponds, it's actually overflowing into the drop curb, which is good. It's going into our drainage system. And then when it's not, we're adding a trench drain.
A trench drain, you mean a French drain type?
It's just like a drain that you stick at the bottom of a ditch.
Okay, so a graded drain that you could drive over.
Graded drain in the grass, yes.
Okay, got it. Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, only in the intersections will there be curbs. But in between the intersections will be this valley gutter. So it'll be road to a slight valley gutter to then a natural edge to the pervious right away.
So let me ask, Mayor, may I ask a
Go ahead.
question? Thank you. So when we're talking about the harmonization of the driveways and the material that we intend to use, currently, under the ordinance, what do we have, Mr. Manager?
The ordinance requires that you must match
Matt?
your existing driveway, your private property driveway, all the way out to the apron.
No, I understand. I'm talking about treatment, actual physical driveway. I see a nice brick paver right there, and then I see something that's a little more like concrete-ish.
Right, it is concrete.
So are we gonna go to the after? Is that what it's gonna look like?
Well, that's the question we're asking.
Well, that's where I'm trying to get to. I know, but is that what everybody wants? I mean, the people want it? Okay, okay. That's what I wanted to
The
hear.
example of.
That's what I wanted to hear.
The example of the after is all around the school, and it's.
Right.
It's not very pleasing.
And it's not very pleasing, and I don't think the residents are for that, but let's show the difference between, so to do it like for like would be 1.5 million, and the standard would be 800,000, so what's the difference between like to like?
726,000.
720,000.
726, yeah.
You're based, and I only heard a couple of folks in here, I think that it's probably well the investment to do I mean, that's my position, we don't wanna change people's driveways.
It's
It's
entirely
part
up
of the
to
character of the
It's
community,
a policy
I mean,
decision that's entirely up to
I
council.
understand, but that's something that we have to talk about. I mean, I don't know, unless,
I don't like
I'll change every drive.
much the feature over by the school from the safe walks.
Yeah.
It's not very consistent with our aesthetic. What I don't know is if there's a better, more fashionable material that would make this a different conversation, but as it stands, I think we ought to replace what exists before we rip it up.
But wasn't there some possibility of getting, replacing with a more permeable, material?
Has to be permeable.
Rowan, you want to address that?
Well, has to
Ro,
be
wanna address
permeable,
that?
except it doesn't have to be permeable. We could end up putting concrete everywhere.
But that decision exists as a separate decision regardless.
That's a secondary decision, yeah.
I mean, we've already made that decision that we want to see permeable surfaces throughout the village.
Right.
I mean, permeable concrete does exist. It's expensive, and it requires a whole sort of subsurface design and construction in order to make it permeable, and it needs to be maintained in order to keep it permeable. So that does exist, but also those are really effective on flat surfaces. On a sloped surface, they lose their effectiveness because the
They
water.
meaning all permeable materials?
What's that?
Or are you talking about all
I'm talking
permeable
about-
or just concrete?
No, there's all sorts of different permeable materials, but even like brick pavers, that's not permeable. Unless the whole subsystem is designed to be permeable, that in and of itself is as impermeable as the concrete next to it. So we gotta be very realistic about what we consider permeable. But again, that's a decision for council to make. I mean, you could put gravel there, and that would be way more permeable than those brick pavers. Or you could put, those concrete whatevers, I don't know the exact term, but that has grass in the middle. And if the subsurface is designed and made to be permeable, then yeah, the water will hit that and then it will permeate through. But again, you have to be really mindful of that. And then you also have to be very mindful of the maintenance required to keep stuff permeable. It's not just make it and then walk away and it will remain permeable indefinitely.
Because, but my question was.
So bottom line is permeable is expensive.
It is more expensive, yes.
Number two, it's not necessarily effective depending on the slope.
That's a
So
consideration
these
as
are
well.
things to consider, and if you're talking about a greater slope, it's more expensive to make it permeable. Now,
Yeah, I mean,
regardless of what's nicer.
there are other design experts that are
think
way
we all
more
agree,
knowledgeable in this than I am, but those are some of the key considerations to keep in mind when we start talking about permeable materials.
I agree we don't want.
Yeah,
I think we need to make a decision.
I think the best
One
way
move
for us
along.
to, I mean, we hear you. I mean, I think we all want to do as much permeable as possible. As you know, we introduced this to you back in, I guess it's still January, but January 14th council meeting. Give us the directive. We'll come back up with the AECOM folks and kind of give some options of what would work. Really slope is what impacts us, right? Because again, water sheet piles down as opposed to going this way. So we have to make sure that we create a very specific permeable material that's actually going to accept the water.
It'd be interesting to know what the diminishing returns is based on slope as well.
Well, that's something that we could speak to in more detail with
And
the
that's,
design engineer.
those guys can
But the
calculate.
question is, it still lingers, is do we replace in kind, like for like, or we replace with something
yeah,
new?
that's the
We can talk
first-
permeable and permeable, but at the end of the day is, do we keep the bricks or do we do something new?
Roland, you talked last time we were together about the ambiguity in architectural standards, about what permeable is and means. But I think you mentioned what I thought was the case, that bricks set in sand, for example, would be considered permeable. Is that?
Generally, just a brick set in sand with a compacted surface underneath that sand is not really very permeable. That would be considered impermeable, a relatively high impermeability, or very low permeability.
So here's where we get to a conflict between the point that you raised and aesthetics, because there's a lot of brick pavers on the island.
A lot of it's about the base.
Yeah,
You got to design it in a way that's going to actually allow the water to percolate
Right,
down.
we can replace with brick pavers, but it's everything underneath and how the brick pavers are set that will then enable brick pavers to be more permeable than impermeable.
So clearly it can't be set in concrete.
Making
You know,
decisions
I mean-
out of the whole materials, you can't make a decision.
Right, I thought we were making a decision.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
We'll come back with some, possible materials at work
Options.
and some
Yep.
recommendations.
Yes, options.
Moving forward to the utility undergrounding. So what we have designed as far as and coordinated is Zone 1 utility undergrounding. However, FPL and both AT&T and Comcast have provided us with preliminary designs for what they consider all of Phase 1. Phase 1 incorporates all of Zone 1 plus all of the Garden District and a certain segment that goes up into what we would consider Zone 2. Benefits for moving forward with the undergrounding for the entire phase is, one, it will be undergrounded quicker. Two, it is easier for FPL to energize at that level. But at this point, they're also designing it to be energized for just Zone 1. Negatives is that right now we are deconflicting everything that comes with the utility undergrounding, which is the placement of the transformers, placement of the Vista switches on top of where they're actually putting their conduit and cabling. At this point, we've been able to manage that pretty successfully for Zone 1, but we've probably noted about 30% that we've been able to avoid any kind of moving from what their initial design was. So an option here is if we continue to push forward with the telecom and FPL to complete their design for all of Phase 1, and then if we incorporated all of Phase 1 into the overall budget, we have a cost impact of about 12 million. And it's broken out per the slide here.
My reaction is we want to underground as much as possible, as fast as possible.
Well, Steve, why don't you tell them why you don't think undergrounding is as good as hardening and why it's more reliable to harden than go underground? What you talked about last night.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what I said was
Well,
that.
you're talking about hardening, you talked about the time required to come repair the undergrounding versus.
I think what I said.
I remember
don't
exactly
recall
what you
What I
said.
said is that the definition that FPL uses to harden and improve the reliability of their lines is to harden the feeders and underground laterals. And that's what they see as their standard.
You were talking about on-site transformers and every houses that it was more difficult to repair them, replace them if necessary, than have the hardening. The 7-day cycle maximum would be out even in a hurricane status. That's what you mentioned last night.
I don't recall that conversation, but
I do.
But generally speaking, what I have that conversation with FPL with is that you do run the risk of. Let's start first. Generally speaking, the hurricanes across the last 2 or 3 years that the state of Florida have faced, electricity has been up on average 7 days after the storm, which is pretty impressive. And that's one of the things that this governor makes as a priority, and FPL, and they bring in other folks from across the southeast, really put their effort on bringing back electricity. Because obviously that's one of the most important things for people to get back in their home. There is a concern, and it's been raised up by FPL, is that if there's a system that's undergrounded and you do have a high water table and you do have residual flooding from the storm, that they will not come back in until that water is down. And so it may be longer than 7 days. You know, in other words, they might be able to get the lines back up on the lines faster than they could get the lines fixed underground.
That's what you're saying, that basically, if we stay with overhead poles rather than pad transformers or undergrounding, that basically it'd be much more reliable, much quicker to repair, and it would cost us much less money.
Yeah,
I'll say yes on
that's-
the last two, and not necessarily much more reliability during regular operations.
No, reliability during storm events.
During a storm, well, I mean, it will be less likely that it'll be taken down because obviously they're not up in the air, but difficult to repair, yes. More costly, of course, I mean, because we'd be undergrounding versus leaving them as they are.
In the air is more susceptible to damage.
And more time, more,
Underground is less susceptible.
Guys, this is a level of storm too.
Potentially longer to get up, you know, it's very.
If the poles aren't here, Steve, if the poles are in a Cat 3, the poles are gone. Potentially Cat 3, Cat 4, the poles are gone.
Not if you're using the concrete poles.
Yeah, but that's assuming, but we don't have that situation now.
No, but what I was,
hardening.
but the definition of
Big poles.
definition of hardening for FPL, which is their goal, which their intent, and I think it's 2080, is to get across the state of Florida, is that the feeders will be hardened, which is concrete poles.
Mostly fernwood.
Yeah, like fernwood.
Fernwood
There are a
and
number
the
of
larger
other
ones, and then the laterals, which are the ones that go up and down your streets.
Right. The laterals will be underground.
Those will be underground, yes.
Okay, so let's make sure we are clear. The feeders.
That's not what we discussed yesterday.
Okay, well, guys. So So Steve, what you've been told by FPL is that they would underground the laterals, which would be at the single-family home level, and the feeders would be the main.
No, we've selected to underground everything. Yeah, we've selected.
Oh,
But
Remind me, we selected undergrounding because we saw the example, we used the example on McIntyre of what a hardened pole looks like.
Yeah.
And we came to a decision that we didn't want to see that throughout the island.
But it was cosmetic driven. It wasn't really, in my opinion, the way we looked at it. Look, I think we're talking about something really important. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Linden. Is now that we're talking about evaluating and looking at things, is there an opportunity right now, since the underground, I was part of the underground committee and we were looking at this thing in a different context. Is there an opportunity right now, following the hurricanes that we've had, to look at other communities throughout Florida and actually come back with something a little bit more measurable and better understanding of this investment that we're talking about for undergrounding utilities? I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but I'm saying that since back in the days when we were looking at the undergrounding to today, we've had a series of storms. And I'm sure a lot of other communities have underground their utilities. Is there an opportunity for us to come back right now? Could you come back maybe with some hardened data to let us know? Because we're making a significant investment here. And people are still carrying the idea of, back of the context when we're talking about the undergrounding and putting that in what we're doing. Should we come back with more information? What's the opinion of council?
I've sat somewhere here in 2017, I think. FP&L stood there and told us we wouldn't have recommended undergrounding 7 or 8 years ago. We do now. We have no concerns, no asterisks about restoration or maintenance. So the first I'm hearing about this asterisk and concern is 5 minutes ago.
When was this, Councilmember? I'm sorry.
2017, thereabouts.
2017, okay. But, I mean, since then, we've had some significant storms.
Yes.
Especially in the West Coast.
And I want to, Councilman, I want to make it clear, it truly is site-specific, right? It's not, it's not across the board site-specific.
Let's bring FPL, let's have a talk about this, because this is a significant investment as well. And we all want to know whether it makes sense or not. And I think that some good hard data would help us make a better determination.
If that's
We're doing that for stormwater.
If that's the will of the council, we will reach out to FPL, get some information initially, and if we think it's something that's valuable, we'll bring them in.
We have a bi-weekly meeting with their team, so that's a pretty easy ask for us. So
Let's do it. I don't know, I'm not,
No,
it's
no,
the will of the council.
I'm all on board. And that'll give us an opportunity to tell them that the 2080 timeline seems a little conservative to us.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Just can't down the road.
Shock and
again,
awe.
right?
So moving forward on undergrounding, just to
Yeah, just
continue
real
this.
quick, because we need to get to some of the meat here.
Okay. Yes. We wanted to show, a little visual of what the undergrounding will look like in Zone 1 with the transformers, which we have discussed with FPL to include in the right-of-way, so it won't be in private property. That used to be their standard. Now they're moving it as their standard to private property, but they have agreed to keep it in the right-of-way so that it,
Just for the benefit of the public, though, the figure, all the red dots in that figure are where transformers are going to be placed in the right-of-way. And these are transformers that would have otherwise been up on poles. So the red dots are the yellow, are like the small transformer that you see in that picture. The few yellow dots that you see in that figure are gonna be larger transformers that are called Vista switches that are also gonna be placed in the right-of-way. Now, it is possible in very few cases that some of those transformers may end up having to be on private property, in which case then an easement agreement needs to be developed between the property owner and FPL in order to have the right to put that transformer on private property. But it's when we went through with the folks from AECOM that are reconciling FPL's design with the stormwater design, they determined that it was really very few properties. So the vast majority of those dots are gonna be in the right-of-way.
Why would it be private property that's 15 feet from the street to the property line?
so the
I think
liability.
it makes sense to just, I'll go and answer that question, because I think it's valid in this context. So generally, FPL's policy is that they would prefer to put it on private property, and there's a couple reasons. One, obviously, it's not exposed to things that are moving up and down the right-of-way. That could be a car, of course. It could be a solid waste truck doing what they do. It could be could be a contractor with a larger truck. So from their perspective is they prefer to put it in private property. It's obviously very clear that our lots really can't accommodate that. We don't have a whole lot of space. So they have agreed to allow us to put it in the right of way. We will have to assume that liability as we do move it into the right of way. So it's important to know.
And for the very few transformers that might need to be on private property, it's because they don't actually fit in the right-of-way in that particular location. That's it.
And the other reason that they like it in private property is in case the municipality redesigns the roads or puts something else in the right-of-way, then they would be forced to move it. And now, but we're deconflicting it at this time, so it's not as much of an issue, at least for Zone 1. Okay.
And we, let's move to the very quickly through this, and then I want to go to the Garden District, emergency pump, and then the funding aspect of it.
Okay, we took some of those supporting efforts slides out of here, but we can move forward. So we have phase 2. We've recently have also re-engaged FPL to give us an estimate for moving forward with the design and the construction of the northern boundary of the village. So they did that for us. It comes out to about 15 million. So it's something to consider moving forward. All right. Electrical connections. So the FPL, the design takes it over to the handholds in front of the house. The final connections will be made by FPL. That responsibility of the final connection at the house will be the responsibility of the resident. Or if we include this as part of the program, we can absorb that as a village. So that's a decision that can be made. with the telecoms, they're going to follow suit basically right alongside the electrical lines. They also have pedestals that will be out in front. We had a few images of that up here. We looked into future potential of doing 5G wireless to try and eliminate some of those connections. At this point, the recommendation is still to go in with fiber connections because that's mostly what's available, and understanding that even with the nodes, there's a significant amount of infrastructure that would have to be installed.
Okay, just jump to the Garden District.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have the Garden District up here, but we did take it out. But if you do have questions or things that you want to discuss, we can ask Colleen to step up since she's the project manager for that project.
Yeah, this is one of the things that we're doing in addition to Zone 1, so I want people to hear what we're doing there.
Correct. So the Garden District, wish we had a map, but I think a lot of you know where it is. It's on the east side of Crandon,
Mike, go back to the phase 1.
just so we can see a map.
There you go.
Oh, we're getting there.
You are.
Phase 1 electrical.
There you go. Right there.
There we go. So kind of like the southern portion of that 9.2 million box is the Garden District. It's where a lot of our multifamily homes are. It experiences frequent flooding, mostly on Ocean Drive on the east end. So what we're doing through a hazard mitigation grant, which is a federal grant through FEMA, is we're designing a drainage system that will connect the drainage lines running east-west into Ocean Lane Drive. We're going to redevelop existing wells and add a few additional wells. They're going to be pressurized by a pump station, and that pump station is going to be in the Garden District, in Beach Parks Plaza outside of the wall that's kind of bordering Beach Club. We're going to push it as far away from the mounds as possible. We're going to impact as few trees as possible. And we will be involving the public on the landscaping component through a site plan review process, which will happen this spring as a part of the council approval of the design. So you'll be seeing much more detail on the aesthetics of that, but also the final sort of design of the Garden District.
Okay.
Great.
Let's go to the funding strategy.
Okay, this gives everyone a little bit of an overview of our full program strategy. The pyramid serves to explain that the state revolving fund at the bottom, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, is making up the majority of our funding strategy. And then the general obligation bond is stacked on top of that for utility undergrounding and a few other miscellaneous things. The Water and Sewer Department is going to be reimbursing us for a portion of the relocations, but they've also asked us to do a little bit of work for them while we're there, so they'll be 100% reimbursing us for that. And then grants, as I've mentioned before, we'll be pursuing consistently, persistently over the next couple of years as construction starts to be able to make sure that we're getting as much of other people's money to do the project as possible, which will in turn mostly reduce the state revolving fund amount. There aren't any grants for utility undergrounding, so the grants are primarily, almost exclusively, for the stormwater and roadway portion. This slide kind of gives you an overview on the left of the full cost breakdown for the budget. You've seen that pre-construction and design cost before, but we've also started adding a lot more detail for you. Mobilization and traffic control follows that. And we have a placeholder for easement and land acquisition. That's just in case we need it. Project support is supposed to be applied over a 3-year period, so that's why you see $3.3 million. It'll be divided over the course of the whole construction timeline. The stormwater and roadways portion makes up about $56 million, and then the water and sewer portion is about 4.4. And as you can see, the WASD request is highlighted in yellow. That's something they're definitely going to be paying us back for. And the conflicts portion below that will be a negotiation between the village and the water and sewer department through our joint partnership agreement that's already in place. FPL and telecom undergrounding about 10.5 million below that, and then we end up with 88 million at the bottom. But that's before we do any of the reductions that were talked about before.
And so what I'm tracking, Colleen, correct me if I'm wrong, so we anticipate, or WASD has agreed to pay that 1.65 million.
Correct.
And then I think I see 1.8 million in grants. And then, the council earlier was showing interest in potentially reducing the outfalls in the pump stations.
Yes. 3.6.
Yeah, my math here then would add up to total cost of about $80.9 million.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And this assumes we aren't getting any grants for the construction.
But we already have that grant though, right?
We have grants for pre-construction. We have grants for design. That's what that 1.8 million is. The grants that we're getting for construction are going to be happening later. We still need to apply for them. We'll be more competitive once we start construction, but this is a very conservative breakdown of where the funding's coming from. It's assuming we don't get any grants, and we wanted to show you this as the scenario.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, yesterday, Steve, when I asked you how come the price went down, when you had the cost survey checking AECOM's estimates, they came out with a cost of 80 point some million, and they said, well, things were good, be 5% less, 76 million, or it could be 10% more, which was 88 million. And then you sent us a document, talked about engineering and all the other stuff, came up to 12 million, which is 100 million. So then basically, if your 12 million is still good, this is down to 76 million. And that 4 million, you said, if I understand correctly, was due to AECOM reviewing everything after the cost people came back with their comments, and now that we're at 60% drawings, not 30%. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I'm not following you on the numbers, but generally speaking, you know, what we did is we asked a firm to come in and do an independent cost review somewhere between 30 and 60%. They came in, they provided some very good feedback. In fact, instead of just doing a independent standalone cost review, they actually came in, they sat down with AECOM, they validated assumptions, they actually said some assumptions were incorrect, went back and forth, quite a good process, took about 3 or 4 weeks. That enabled AECOM to adjust it accordingly, and then also allowed them to continue to move forward to the final of 60%. That was done, the independent cost review was done October, maybe a little bit into November. And they just finished the 60% design in December, and then provided the cost estimate first, second week of January. So exactly how they do that, you'd have to ask AECOM, but generally that's the big picture of how they were able to come up with a different cost.
And Mike, when I asked you yesterday, from your experience, when you have estimates like this before they go to the contractor, typically what do you expect it to be increased? Go ahead, and I think you said 15%, and that would raise it to about $102 million.
What we said is that at this stage for a design budget and a net cost estimate, you have a range of what a high and a low could be. So it's plus 15 and minus 10.
You didn't
as far
mention
as what the
minus.
range should be. What's that?
You forgot to mention the minus. We talked
Minus
about
10. Well, yeah, it could be
we
minus
talked
10.
about asking a contractor.
We didn't discuss the minus,
No,
to be
no.
quite honest. But
That's true. We also are asking a contractor to give us a fixed price for a 3-year term, basically.
Yes.
The length of this
So,
contract,
and we
which
just-
obviously is quite risky, so he's gonna add enough money to take care of the risk.
Then we discuss, in this estimate, they do include the escalation for the midpoint of construction.
Minor.
But still, to your point, the contractor bears the risk.
Yeah.
So that would be.
Probably the most important way, you know, the cost is what the cost is now, and obviously when we get to 90%, it'll be a little more higher fidelity. But probably the most important document that gets us to ensuring that we keep at our cost is a properly written request for proposal, right? And then the subsequent contract. That is really where we're gonna have to hold this contractor accountable, so it can't be change order after change order after change order. So, yeah, as we go further, 90% I think is due March, April timeframe. We'll obviously look at that more closely. At the same time, we're beginning to write the contract or the RFP, and that's really critical that we make sure we hold all the specs in that contract.
Mike, where are we getting these estimate numbers from? I mean, where's the baseline numbers come from? Pre-existing projects that you're currently working on, or where are these numbers coming from?
They come from, we actually have their one of their estimating. Yes.
Okay, great.
Good evening, council members. My name is Russ Russo. I am the cost estimator. It's based on historical data, methods, means and methods on how this construction takes place, and then we reach out to independent vendors for material pricing. We create crews, we adjust the labor rates based on what it is in this market, and that's how we develop our cost.
So you, I mean, Palm Beach has done something, Miami Beach is doing something like this currently. Are you going to that GC and saying, okay, how
You
much
can't.
per linear foot? You're not getting in those numbers.
No, they won't share that
They won't share
information with us.
that.
No.
And it's-
I mean,
in
we
my-
go
in-
to like material vendors and they'll sometimes share a unit price with us if they're feeling generous, but a lot of it's based on historical data. And then we escalate it to midpoint of construction, depending on what the schedule of the project is. And right now at 60%, we're also carrying a contingency. That's an industry standard. And then as the design progresses to issue for construction bid set, that contingency will go away.
What contingency are you carrying?
15% at 60%.
On material and material labor or the whole thing?
The whole entire project.
Whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's included in this number.
Yeah. So your contingency is built in the 88 million.
Yes.
What was the contingency at 30%?
25%.
As an estimator, are you looking strictly at the quantities? Are you going beyond what you see in the plans and how they're gonna build it, what tricks they can pull on price? Like, let's say, we know that there's some contractors, underground contractors that have some agreements and they have consistently get good prices and they lowball some of the projects, right, based on that, and they know some of the tricks they can find in the field, some uncertainties, some risks. Are you looking at those things as well?
I estimate conservatively. I will not, I'm
I
not
can
gonna play
appreciate
that
that.
change order game, we wouldn't use a contractor like that.
I can appreciate that. So I guess let me.
My goal
re-ask
is
the
not to be
question.
the low bidder.
No,
I want to
I'm
be second or third.
And
to
thank you
ensure the
for
funding.
And thank you for clarifying that, because that's really kind of where, kind of a line where I was going with the question is that you're giving us a number that eventually will be a true blue number, what we should get. So the contractor's going to come in here, but you're telling us it's going to be right here, and this is going to be the price eventually at the end of the day, with some potential change orders. Some contractors are going to lowball us, right?
Yeah, you could look at it that way, but my number is not
I'm
to account
looking
for
at
that. I'm
reality.
not accounting for change orders or anything like that. I mean, we could add a line item in the estimate as a owner markup.
Right.
And put, on Army Corps of Engineer projects, they typically carry a 5% contingency as an owner markup. So you'll have the cost of 88 million, but as the program cost that the village would look at, you'd have 5% on top of that to account for change orders, maybe scope changes later on that y'all decide you want to change or add something. But I'm currently not carrying that.
So you're looking at the final numbers of where a project came out?
Yes. That's how my number is developed.
So just to go back, so
Yes, sir.
when you looked at your numbers for the local values, were you able to get anything from Miami Beach, which is currently doing something similar? Or?
I mean, we'll look at bid results, but they're not that easily obtainable.
But aren't you working as AECOM on Miami Beach?
Not me personally.
No, but your firm is.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
answer that.
to answer that question, yes, we did look at some bid numbers, but the way that Ross looks at it, he goes and he gets quotes from all vendors. So we did some baselining with the First Street project and independent contribute that was also being done. We looked at that, but that's not the basis. Ross goes in and he does bottom up. When you look at other bids, it's like looking top down, like, okay, makes sense. But I don't know, Ross, if you wanted to add.
We'll go to we really use the DOT's website, and you can drill into certain districts, and then they'll have a pay item, for 36-inch reinforced concrete pipe. And we kind of use that as a baseline, as a sanity check. But in my estimate, I've developed the crews for all the drainage. If it's a crew makeup, the equipment, and then I reach out for I check production rates to develop the cost. I don't know if that's clear
No,
enough or not.
thanks.
Unfortunately,
I'm in that world.
AECOM,
Yeah,
I can't reach out to a drainage contractor. They won't give us a quote.
But an
It's
example.
very tough to get.
Yeah, an example of what you were mentioning, we got a hold of some quotes and also an independent review that Miami Beach did. And then I called Ross and I said, Ross, for 60-inch, they have this number, let's take a look at it, and then we went over it. So we did use it to baseline it, but we don't base it on someone else's work. Ross looks at it bottom up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Uline, yeah.
Okay, you guys are good. Yeah. Yeah, we can go to the next slide.
Okay, this last slide.
Okay, so based off of the budget and the breakdown between the different financing mechanisms, we've come up with general averages of what a household in the village of Key Biscayne would pay, whether you're single family or multifamily, small, medium, or large, over a year and then over a 30-year period, which is the entire life cycle of the debt service for the bond and the state revolving loan fund payment. So the blue's a little hard to read. I'll read some of them for you. For a single-family home that's smaller, maybe a Mackle, you're going to see about $20,000 over a 30-year period. And this is assuming that home is assessed at a $2.5 million property value. So if you are homesteaded for a lot less, then your millage, your average taxes would actually be a lot less. So you might actually see a lower 30-year. And then for a medium, you're looking at about $40,000 over the course of 30 years, goes in around $1,300 to $1,400 a year. And then for a large, you're looking at about $69,000, $70,000 over 30 years. And that property value, I use $10 million for single family homes. So obviously, same thing, homesteaded, you're going to see less of the proportion of the taxes. And the square footage that you're seeing in there is related to impervious surface. That is not the square footage of your home. That is how much impervious surface is used to calculate the stormwater fee. So just to be clear about that, and then to be clear, this is also on top of your existing millage and your existing stormwater fees. This isn't your new stormwater fee in total. This is on top of what you already pay.
Question for you. How can you project what 30 years is going to be when your 3/4 of your funding is a 20-year loan, not a 30-year loan? You have no idea what in 20 years, 3/4 of the money, approximately $60 million, would cost you, would you?
Which side?
The graph. Keep going. One more. There you go, that one.
The debt service is consistent. The debt service doesn't change over the course of 30 years. So once we take a loan out, we pay the same amount for the duration of the loan. The rate's fixed.
So at the end of 20 years,
Yes.
what happens?
The debt service falls off.
Okay, at that point in time, you've paid off the
The state revolving fund, but the bond is actually a 30-year
bonds
term.
are 30-year.
Yeah, so you'll see the light blue goes from 2026 to 2055.
Then why won't the cost go down dramatically?
It
at the
will.
end
That's
of
why
20
those are
years?
averages.
Average though.
So you're just talking about average?
Yeah, so there's
Okay.
another slide that shows the stormwater fee
So
as it changes.
basically-
Yeah, you'll see the cost goes down.
So, but basically, the cost for the first 20 years is be much higher.
This is exactly the graph you got to
I
look
see the
at.
graph, I'm just talking about numbers.
Yes, so the higher the bar, the higher the
No, I
cost.
understand that, but the numbers you have
Yes.
are basically an average number, not what they are the first 20 years.
There are
and then
two
the
different
next
ways
10.
of displaying the same information.
Sorry?
There are just two different ways of displaying the same
Well, yeah,
information.
one is very easy to understand, the other one, you have to interpret the graph.
Did you want the graph or the other
I'm
one?
just asking, that's
Okay.
it.
We can do both.
We can do whatever one you want. Yeah.
I would suggest
We
both.
knew you were going to ask it,
We got
Councilmember
it for
London,
you.
so we've got
Yeah,
a graph
it's in
for
the
you.
packet.
I would suggest both, really.
We do have both. That's why we have it.
Yes, we were going to progress through these, but we can jump to this one. This is showing single family and multifamily, small, medium, large. Orange is single family, blue is multifamily. And this shows how the stormwater and millage payments would adjust over time depending on how much debt service the village is paying over time. And I put in a few metrics in here whereby, like 2060, I wanted to make sure we had $10 million in the reserve fund for the stormwater enterprise fund, so we didn't end up at zero. And I also wanted to make sure we never dipped below $1 million in our stormwater fund. So when we're paying off that debt service, we're never depleting it so much that we don't have a little bit of cushion in case something does come up.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, that's our presentation tonight. Hopefully, we've been able to answer all the council's questions, and we had a good opportunity to see what the 60% design looks like. Sounds like you want to go ahead and open it up to the public?
Yeah.
And we'll be prepared to do that.
Get their input. Okay, first speaker is Is he gone, Edward Easton?
Thank you, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for serving. I know what you have to go through and volunteering to do what you do and the way you help Key Biscayne. I'm very grateful for doing that.
I'm sorry, your
I've had-
name and address, please.
Pardon me?
Your name and address. Name and address, sorry, for the record.
My name, Edward W.
And your
Easton,
address.
18 Harbor Point.
Thank you.
Anyway, I've had the pleasure of serving in similar capacities. I know what work it is, and I'm grateful for what you do. Having said that, I have a problem with the cost of this project. If you look at the phase one at $85 million, that's basically $346,000 per house, the first 245 houses. If you take that out to the 1,300 houses on the key, you're talking about $449,000. And I think, I don't understand how the cost will only be what they said they would be per house. I did my numbers based on a 20-year amortization and the current interest rates, and I came out with about $4,000 per house and about $2,000 per condominium. And I just, and I didn't know how you're gonna handle if you just do the 245 houses, the $85 million. I guess you'll charge that money to those 245 houses. That would be $24,000 per house. And I don't know, to me, if you start this project, you're gonna have to finish the project. And I don't believe that Key Biscayne can afford $449 million project, which will probably be higher than that. And that's my concern. I think somehow you have to go back to the drawing board and say, we can afford $50 million. We can't afford $449 million, because it's a steep amount of debt for this community. And so that's my problem and that's my comments, but I'm grateful for all the work that you all do.
Thank you very much, Ed.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Charles Collins.
Yes, give them a budget and see what we get for 100 million for the whole project. Hand me a second, I'm gonna make some notes. I have
And
made
your
some
name
notes.
and address.
Charles Collins, 1121 Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you.
Okay, the slide with the debt, where'd she go? The slide you gave us with the debts, is it possible to get a cumulative? Yes. How much is the project? I'm just asking for the record. So what is Zone 1 gonna cost with debt, with contingencies, and then project that over the, I guess we're still using $300 million for the whole project? Is that still our estimate for the 8 zones?
The cost of Zone 1 is $88 million, and we show that if we choose to, we can reduce it to $80 million.
And are we still holding a projection of Zone 1 as the template for the whole project? Are we still using
Not
300 million?
Not necessarily.
We never held that as the template. There's a reason why we use Zone 1, and it's because it's the most vulnerable and most flood-prone area, which requires much more heavy investment to reduce the flooding.
So we're no longer making a projection for the Big Dig as a whole?
We never were, the newspaper
All right.
was.
Okay, let's let him speak. Yeah.
All right, what was the other question? There's been a lot of discussion, and last time, that we don't want to do undergrounding first. We don't want to do the undergrounding of the electric first because, as he said, once we put it in the ground, we own it. And then when the vendor comes along for the pipes, if they break it, we're somehow responsible. So I need that explained to me, because my background was vendor hits somebody else's pipes, they're on the hook for it. The second part of that I was hearing tonight, it went up 12 million if we do it that way. Is that what I understood?
Well, yeah, we'll answer it. Keep going.
All right, and then the next one was cost per household. Oh, the clean water nutrient loads. If we reduce the capacity of the system, would we reduce the loads, the filters? In other words, I assume your filtration works on a gallon per filtration per gallon. So the bigger the system, the more filtration is needed, the higher the more pollutants you're putting into the water. So if we had a reduced system that wasn't pumping as much, it wouldn't require as much filtering and we'd have a cleaner system. Basically, the smaller the system, the cleaner it would be for less money. Those are my three questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Betty Conroy.
It's Pinewood Park, make them happy.
Betty Sim Conroy, 785 Crandon Boulevard, Unit 1403. I just feel like you guys are presenting a Cadillac, and all we really need is a Ford. I mean, to spend all this amount of money in, to me, you're ignoring a lot of other areas in our village. What about the causeway? What about a lot of things that need improvement on the key? But your time, all of it is on this. And I don't think that's fair to our community. That's it.
Thank you. Josie Valdez Hurtado.
Good evening. Josie Valdez Hurtado, 600 Grapetree Drive. I had a lot of notes to share with you, but the more I heard the discussions between you and the presenters, the more confused I got. It seems to me that this is decided and that you're being convinced to go ahead with the decision that you already made. Mr. London wrote an excellent piece in the Islander News, and I would love to ask each one of you council members if you have any doubt that the reasons he gave to stall this project right now are not valid. Because to me, it is logical when you don't have any assurances from Florida Power Light, you don't have exactly what the county needs. If you get a variance, you probably will have to pay for it. And then there's a quote from Mr. Vasquez saying that if you halt the project right now, you might have to pay. There might be, I have your quote here, but I'm not going to read it. But there might be some legal issues involved, and then you would have to put ahead more money. So that again is very worrisome. Do we know what we have in a contract, or we don't this far? So far, AECOM has received $2.9 million. Black & Veatch has received $1.52 million. That's money that doesn't include the expenses that we get every time we invite consultants to speak to us. This keeps escalating and escalating, and the unknowns are too much for us to go ahead, not us, for you people, especially the two new ones that you inherited this, to go ahead and approve this when we're talking about storms that come decades apart, and we're talking about inches going down in a matter of more or less minutes. We're not talking about being inundated like with a no snow storm up north. We're talking about water going down either in 20 minutes or 15 minutes. The conversation, it's really totally insane. Insane. And then we get into semantics. You know, I said this, no, you didn't say this. Well, this means this. Honestly, it's unreal. So another issue that I have brought up before is the maintenance. I've never received, not me personally, but in conversations, in meetings, I never received an explanation of why the wells that exist in Key Biscayne are not kept extremely dry, extremely clean, no leaves in the gutters. Why is that not done? I don't understand it. I don't know why it is that we don't get an answer. And then we go into what is going to be almost $1 billion. If we keep at the rate we're going and we do it for the whole island, it's going to be that much money. And on top of that, I just heard, we still have to raise the roads. We still have to tell the owners to change the driveways. And we still have a zoning code that asks for the houses to be raised. So in 40 years, most of the homes are going to be within the code, and they're not going to be flooded. So that's my reaction to what I've heard, what I read. And I honestly congratulate Mr. London for coming forth and writing a detailed explanation of why it is that you people are faced with this horrible decision.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Luis de la Cruz.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road. So I thought this was going to be in the form of a workshop where we would be able to ask questions and have them respond, and then maybe ask a follow-up question when we got a response. This is like a regular council meeting type 3 minutes situation, which really doesn't help, because I don't know whether you're ever going to. Are you going to respond to all the questions that the people are asking? Is that what's going to happen afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So one of my things that I just wanted to mention is that if you're going to have a PowerPoint presentation on something so important like today's meeting, why don't you publish this so that the people in the audience can have this, so that we can all know what this is all about. I mean, in all sincerity. Second thing is, we were talking about bringing those with the undergrounding, bringing those boxes into private property. I don't understand what private property we're talking about. I mean, we have the street, right? The right of way, right? Then we have the swale area, which belongs to the village of Key Biscayne, which is 15 feet from the street. So we're thinking that we need more than the 15 feet that belongs to the village of Key Biscayne? Is that, I mean, this is the kind of thing that I'd like an answer on, so that we could, okay.
Keep going, we'll get
You
to
guys know exactly how I feel. I think this is the most irresponsible, illogical, situation that the village of Key Biscayne has ever been, concerned with. We don't need something like you guys are designing. I live in the middle of Zone 1, or its worst, right? I know for a fact when it floods. I don't care about all these numbers that we all do and all this kind. I know exactly when it floods, and we have not had a storm that has flooded in a way that I would say is not acceptable for the last 2 years. Why? Because we're finally maintaining what we have. And if we had done that throughout, if our chief resiliency officer, when he came on the village of Key Biscayne, had gone into and had checked and had realized that all of those wells and all those outfalls had not been maintained, and 5 or 6 years or 7, I don't know how long he's been here, would have started working on that from that path, we wouldn't even be sitting in this particular meeting. So all of a sudden now, let's hurry up and do this. On whose schedule are we? Are we in the village of Key Biscayne schedule, or are we in the manager's schedule? I'd like to know that. Why are we hurrying so much to get this done? Why can't we fix everything we have, scope out the areas that we know there may be issues on, fix the lines that maybe need to be fixed, put them in optimum maintenance condition, and observe it over a 3 or 4 year period of time. We have all the time in the world. I'm telling you, it doesn't flood like it used to. That's all I can tell you. You know, this is, I mean, I thought we've all collectively lost our minds, in all sincerity. I mean, I think that's what Ed was referring to earlier. I'm telling you a lot clearer. I just think that we've lost our minds, okay? So, I know this train is left the station, and it's way under, and you have already spent a whole lot of money that you don't want to say, oh, we spent all this money. So what? I don't want to spend any more money if we don't need to. And if we can do what we're planning on doing in the Garden District, then why can't we do it in the rest of the village of Key Biscayne? It just doesn't make any sense, guys. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Charles Sherman.
Charles Sherman, 324 West Heather Drive. Before I get into what I want to say tonight, I was kind of curious in the discussion about the AstroTurf and why nobody asked about the drainage there. Are we just going to add to the flood? I mean, please, guys, let's think about where the water comes from. Anyway, I've come tonight to praise the village, not to bury it, not entirely at least. When it comes to flooding, the Honorable Council and its planners did a pretty good job when they raised the level of everybody's front stoop by about at least 5 feet. That stopped the water from coming into a lot of people's homes. Good job. But I'm sure we can all agree that all of us make mistakes. We just hope they're small ones and that we can apologize for them and move on. But out of vain hope, ignorance, and maybe belief in false prophets, we can also make big mistakes. In vain hope, the council told the community it could not meaningfully address the danger of e-bikes. It made official excuses by saying a ban would violate county and state law. After a tragic death, the excuses somehow went away. Our barrier island, built on sand and crushed coral, is by most accounts 5 feet above sea level, maybe less. In another mistake, in apparent ignorance, we allowed Key Biscayne to be paved with miles of sidewalks, driveways for 3 and 4 cars. A moderate rain has nowhere to go, leaves the water nowhere to go but to flood our streets, water that would have once soaked into the ground. Tonight, to try to address the flooding, we will no doubt make another monumental mistake involving tens of millions of dollars in borrowed money. Another blunder based on false prophecy. Inevitably, there will be heavy rains and major storms, which I've seen during 72 years that I've been on this island. Mother Nature is laughing at us. And the false and futile promises that we have technology, yes, technology to stop her. Think about Fort Myers Beach. Think about Los Angeles. Think about New Orleans. Ask reputable climate scientists, and maybe you will get to the truth of what we face. The big mistakes that men make live after them. and the poor decision-making they do is buried with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Zach Chivy.
Zach Chivy, 150 Ocean Lane Drive.
Thank you.
Well, I agree with the last 3 or 4 guys or gals, whatever they said. It makes perfect sense. I wasn't here on the last few meetings and discussions, but I was urged to come and listen to this meeting, and I thought it was going to be a question and answer session, but it seems was always directed toward you, and it was like to show that you have done your homework, and we appreciate that you have done your homework. But I agree with everyone else what they said. There is a place where we can actually reduce the asphalt, we can reduce the concrete sideways, we allow the water to go the way it's supposed to go. In addition to that, I don't understand, after listening to all this, why trying to scare people by saying from 2020 to 2070, the ocean level will go up by 27 inches. 27 inches. Who are you trying to scare? That doesn't make any sense. Okay? I remember in the 70s, they used to say by 2000, we're going to have 10 inches increase. Nothing happens. We're going to have warmer weather. It didn't happen. Actually, last 15 years, the temperature went down, not went up globally. So all this doesn't make any sense. But then also there are other issues that look at these drawings, get me a little bit scared, especially the one with the transformers. And I see all these small transformers close to homes and everywhere. Are you aware that transformers cause cancer? They should not be close to homes. They create magnetic field. They cause cancer. I don't understand how they can be so close to homes. They shouldn't be. Second part is that the electric wire should be underground, but that should be a responsibility of FPLL and not us, unless I'm not aware about rules and regulations. I heard also about the Army Corps of Engineers. They're supposed to do some work. Are they doing any work? Are we expecting to do anything? That would be much cheaper to us. Anyone knows about that?
We'll take care of that.
But are they doing anything? Because I heard in the beginning that
there's a study going on.
Oh, they are doing stuff.
Yes, and based on that, we may or may not have to do something.
So why don't we wait until they finish the study? Why all this rush?
Well, just to, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Why all this rush?
To address it real quickly. What we're doing here is addressing flooding, roadways, and issues to utilities. The Corps of Engineers is only addressing the protection of our shorelines.
Okay.
So it's two different things. They're looking at the envelope. The project you just saw tonight is all about the interior to the to the island.
But the utilities, isn't that the responsibility of the utility company? Am I right or wrong?
Mayor, we'll answer that question as we go
While
forward.
we are fixing the utilities, it's not the problem of the utility company? All right, so I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Next speaker, Steve Simon.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. Preserving our quality and way of life. I want you to consider that projects and goals and objectives set by every council since we formed our village back in 1991 come and go, as they do over the lifetime of any local government. But the one theme, the one constant that must remain in place is maintaining public trust. Public trust is the essential ingredient needed to preserve and to maintain Key Biscayne's quality of life. By proceeding with the design, construction, and installation of the pump station at Harbor Drive Park, I believe that you will be violating the public trust. Let me list the pending violations of the public trust. I refer you to the language in the contracts with the sellers of the 2 Harbor Drive Park parcels, especially the one for the southern half, where previously tonight you've seen slides, the slides have shown the pump station on that parcel. Next, the restricted funds that were used to pay for those purchases. Third, kids, dangling the parcel in front of the parents of the 2,000 registrants in our organized youth sports programs on February 1st, 2023. While true that an important concept was discussed back in 2019, that this land would have a role in our yet-to-be-determined stormwater project, it was clearly intended, once concept went to creation, to be a minor physical component of the park, and presented as such publicly in 2019. Neither the council nor the administration sought to renegotiate or rewrite the seller's very restrictive contracts prior to the council votes in October 2019. And the 2019 council chose, after discussion with the village attorney, to pay for the land, not from any other source, but specifically with funds they knew then had restrictions on that money for using it solely for the acquisition of land for public recreation and open space purposes. Maybe also from a legal point of view, maybe also from compliance at the time of a site plan hearing, but certainly from the foundational concept of understanding the importance of maintaining public trust. Isn't this list, the real estate contracts from 2019, the use of restricted funds for the purchase, and promises made to our kids, isn't this list sufficient and compelling enough for you to find another piece of land for the pump station? So here we are, or you are. There is this piece of land, Harbor Drive Park, a particularly unique double-sized lot at over 32,000 square feet. It exceeds in square footage 4 contiguous standard or MACA lots, now in the village's possession, and that through regulatory actions you are about to take and repurpose. So let me pose this as a question for you to discuss and for the village attorney to weigh in on. When a government takes land from a private property owner, does it not have to compensate the owner at what is then fair market value? I acknowledge the obvious that the government already owns this land, but by proceeding with the current design for the pump station in Harbor Drive Park, doesn't it make you wonder if your regulatory actions are rising to the equivalent of a regulatory taking of the land? And if you proceed with putting the pump station in that park, despite the crystal clear public recreation and open space only restrictions on the funds used to buy this land, shouldn't we be having a conversation about the current value of the entire Harbor Drive Park land, factoring in the steps needed to both find and fund a replacement public recreation and open space park, and how much money the village should transfer over from its general fund and into the restricted Village of Key Biscayne Land Acquisition Trust Fund? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Davey. Adriana Hospital.
I think that's him coming.
Adriana Spitale, 1121 Crandon Boulevard. In the middle of this elaborated exhibition, Mr. Councilmember Vasquez made an observation about how the underground of the utilities started in 2017. And it was mentioned also, I don't know if from you or who else, that this started because of the aesthetics, maybe. why we continue exhibiting all the rest of the project when it was said here in this meeting that we should wait until Florida Power and Light comes and tell us what is the benefit or not benefit of undergrounding. And from there, we start with the rest of the project. Thank you.
Okay. We close public comments.
So, Mr. Mayor, would you like me to address those comments?
Yeah, but
And I'd like to do it categorically. I think we can address it.
I need a break. Hold on.
Okay.
You're coming back, right?
I don't know, man.
I know. See, if you want.
Yeah.
Address.
If you want to, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, yeah.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, we ready to go? Yes. All right, so from order from Mr. Vice Mayor. So I'm looking at this across the board, Council, and I think there's a couple categories that we can address this, and I think it makes sense to do it by category. So why don't we go ahead and tackle electrical first? So, Mike, if you're the man, or if you have someone else who can help you address it, why don't we go down some of the questions about the electrical work? And excuse me for my writing. I didn't write as cleanly as I'd like to. One of the questions, and I know Mr. Collins asked the question. He said $12 million for something, and then I think he walked away. But if you could clarify that, if he's still here, Charles.
Two questions. One, the undergrounding, we said last week that Vasquez said, if we put the undergrounding in first, we own it, and then if the plumber comes behind us and nicks the wires, it's on us. So I wanted a clear explanation of how that normally works. The second half of the question was, the original undergrounding for the island was 59 million. Then the last time I looked, it was 11 million for zone 1.
Got it.
Is this now a premium on top of that 11 million? There's another 12? Or you're just assigning a premium to the...
So I'll address that last question, and I'll let the gentleman here address your first question. So what you see in front of you right now, because there has been a demonstrated interest from some to move forward on undergrounding. And so, but if you look there to the left, which is where the lines are, it says $10.6 million. That is the cost estimate for the undergrounding of part of Zone 1. We are doing work by zones. FPL does work by phases. And the reason why they set their phases up, it's based on the way their network works across the village. If we were to choose to go all phase 1, which is all three of those boxes, if you add them together, 12.6 is the current Zone 1, additional $12 million, 2.8 plus 9.2, that would be the additional cost to do all of phase 1.
Conflict cost to be incurred, that's what I was asking about. Where's the conflict cost from?
So what if we were to do work outside of where we're doing an integrated design, there could be potential conflicts we would face in the future.
Okay, one guy's boring and one guy's digging, right?
Yes.
How does that create a conflict?
Well, if they're boring ahead of the dig, then when they have to come in and dig, there may be areas where they'll have to relocate either where they were gonna dig, or they're gonna have to relocate where they had bored. The other conflicts would be from where those transformers would be in the right of way. Now that you're doing some harmonization, they may have to be relocated, or if there would be a potential, stormwater item, or the stormwater will have to be relocated, in which case that may cost extra money as well.
And the transformer pads, wouldn't they have the pedestals, wouldn't they be the larger 2-foot pedestals that FPL likes to see in low-lying areas?
Most likely.
What you showed is a 4-inch pad.
So we have two different,
Almost 2 feet.
we have two different visuals. The one that's on the bottom over here is actually in the village. That's on West Matheson. And the one that's above that is over in Coconut Grove, over by Grove Isle. But, yeah, they're two different items, but I understand I'm just a representation of different size pads.
But simply, you're answering your question, Mr. Collins, yes, it would have to be elevated. And it all depends on its location.
As you recall from the discussion before, hardening, you're right. Hardening and undergrounding both came out about even as far as dependability. One requires more time to fix, the other is more durable in wind. But in our island, they don't come in, they tell you those things are waterproof, they're not. So FPL says you can't go in and work on those pads until they're out of the water. That's what he was talking about. So that's why it takes so long to come in. So and we had this debate, and it was resolved that primarily the $59 million premium to FPL was largely for aesthetics. And that, I thought, debate had been settled 5 years ago.
Well, and if I would, the lady at the end, I'm sorry, I forgot her name. She did ask the question, what is the benefit of undergrounding? And I think she heard loud and clear. The council gave me the direction to go bring FPL forward, do the numbers, and come back, and we'll present that to the council as well, the community as well. Some other questions we had when it came to electrical. I think Mr. De La Cruz asked the questions, why are we putting transformers on private property?
So the intent is not to put it in private property, but to put it in the right of way. It's something that we have to sign an agreement with FPL. So we are actually trying to keep it in the right of way. They typically do, well, would request for us to put it in private property to keep it outside of any kind of risk for either being hit or for relocated in the future.
I understand, but you also understand that in our village, our private property starts 15 feet
Absolutely.
from the road.
So,
Now, Luis, and so we recognize that in FP. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, and I'll explain it to you. We recognize that, and we clearly understand that the lot size in Key Biscayne are small, that there's a lot of landscaping, and there's not a whole lot of place to put a 5x5, 25 square foot transformer. So we are actually working to negotiate with FPL to not put it on private property. That's there where they would prefer to put it. We're asking them to put the majority of them. They can't put all of them, majority of them. I think it's almost 95% of them.
Probably closer to like 99%.
Yeah, whatever, it's a lot. And the numbers are important, but we are doing everything we can to put them in the right of way. By putting them in the right of way, we are going to have to accept some liability. I think you heard me mention that earlier, because they're more vulnerable. You know, cars are closer to them.
I'm sorry, what?
Cars are closer to them. Trucks are closer to them. Whether your dump truck that comes in, or excuse me, your garbage truck that comes in.
I don't understand that, Steve, because
Doesn't make sense.
that box is 10 feet from the side of the road.
Well, look, we're going to we and FPL are going to locate it the best way we can. Yeah, so I'm not.
Of course, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
To work with, and you got a 5x5, so you can start, let's say, 5 feet.
10 feet.
And Lucho, yeah.
That's the intent.
Lucho, the answer is yes.
That's what we're saying.
There's no argument here.
You agree?
Yes.
We agree with you.
Yes, we agree with
We
you.
agree with you.
We're saying the same thing.
We're in agreement.
Why were we saying private property?
Some-
That's what
FPL, hold on, guys. FPL prefers, their preferred method is to have the transformers on private property. As the manager said, we are negotiating with them not to have them on private property, but to have them within that 15 feet like you're explaining. We're trying to get all of them within that 15, unless there isn't enough space to clear off the edge of pavement, yes. That is their preferred.
Look, Lucho, we're saying Kumbaya.
Design
We completely agree with you and trying to negotiate everything to get these things in location that takes them off your private property and protects them the best we can. So I think we're talking the same thing here.
Yes.
And we clearly recognize what you desire, and I think what we know the rest of the community desires.
I don't think there's any argument. Everybody wants to keep it in the swale area. And if they can't, in a particular area, and it has to go on private property, I think FPL, you can tell me this, Lucho, don't have an easement between the lot lines and the back lines and the sidelines?
It's just that getting easements.
Excuse me, weren't there deeded easements with the subdivision, with the plat of Key Biscayne?
No,
There's no easements.
There are easements on the plat.
Are there easements?
There's one in the back, there's none in the front.
There's no side easements.
No side.
No, it's in the back.
Okay, there's some other questions based on electrical questions. Mr. Chivy, I think his question was generally the same as should we underground? And I think we answered that question. We're going to go back and do some research and bring FPL back in. And then he also brought up the question about transformers causing cancer. Do we have any research on that? I mean, don't we already have transformers on the poles?
There are transformers already on poles, so you already have transformers within the system, but that's something that FPL can answer, how many transformers they require. Remember that the transformers are being placed out front of the properties in this design, number one, and number two, it's not in front of every house. One transformer will feed multiple houses, so they try to minimize how many transformers are within a neighborhood.
Okay. They've never proved the case they cause cancer.
They're already there, but that is something we can address with FPL.
Yep, we can bring that up. I'm trying to look at categories here because I want to make sure we stay on category. And maybe pervious material, I've got a number of questions there. Someone asked a question about the turf drainage, and are we taking that consideration? In fact, we are. That's actually one of the largest costs of the design and the construction. And I think you heard someone mention it this evening, that a driveway is not pervious unless there's a base underneath it. A field does not drain unless there is a base under it. So we understand that, and that will be part of the construction. The second question, this was brought up by Mr. Sherman. I don't know if he's still here. I just captured the word pervious materials. Can you elucidate a little bit more if he's still here? No, he's not. Okay. Mr. Chivy again mentioned something about the desire to reduce asphalt and concrete. We agree. There's way too much asphalt and concrete, not just in Key Biscayne, but across all of Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County did pass an ordinance last October. They actually call it the impervious ordinance, which begins to direct communities across the county to begin to identify spaces where they can reduce it, not just go in and calculate it, but also when you come in for a permit to put impervious material, based on the size of your lot, you can only put in a certain amount. So they recognize it, we recognize it. We're going to look at how we replace that material when it's time to replace it, taking into consideration we understand that there's just not a whole lot of green space to absorb water anymore. So that we recognize it, and I think the county does. But we got a long way to get back. We've been doing this for 50, 60 years, and we got to come back and take that back. There's a lot of stuff around here. I just want to make sure we do it in place. If you could, Rowan, could you talk about the reputable climate scientists that we deal with? And at the same time, let's talk about the reputable climate scientists who have predicted 27 inches of sea level rise.
Yeah, I mean, so the basis for the sea level rise projections that we're using are really a combination of a global body of knowledge on this topic of climate change. NOAA has a whole host of climate scientists. The Army Corps of Engineers has a whole host of climate scientists. The South Florida Water Management District has a whole host of climate scientists. And in this region, the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Change Compact has gone through the effort of like synthesizing all these different bodies of information and knowledge and projections, and have summarized them basically in their 5-year annual reports, from which we decided to use NOAA Intermediate High as a sea level rise projection. Sea level rise has occurred, and it will continue to occur. There is really no debate
about that. It's just a matter of how quickly and how much. And we've already got measured sea level rise over the past handful of decades or longer that document the sea level rise that was projected to this point. So I don't think there's really a whole lot of debate out there in regards to climate change and its effect on sea level rise or its effect on intensifying rain events.
Help me answer this question. So, I mean, NOAA obviously is an organization from the federal government looking across the entire country. Talk to them about what we have as the local authority, working with working with FIU, working with a bunch of other different chief resilience officers across the county, the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Compact.
I mean, the compact has made recommendations for what curves to use relative to what infrastructure is being invested in. And depending on the life cycle of that infrastructure, you may want to choose NOAA Intermediate High or NOAA High, just by virtue of the fact that some infrastructure is very expensive and difficult to change. For the benefit of the public, we, as a body, council, decided to pick NOAA Intermediate High as a sea level rise projection because it was consistent with the compact's recommendations and consistent with the infrastructure that we were envisioning investing in its design life.
Okay. Since you're up there, just give it real quickly. I think Mr. Chivy also asked a question about the Corps of Engineers Coastal Storm Risk Management. Just give it real quickly. Try to avoid Corps of Engineers acronyms and speak in normal English.
Sure. An oceanside study was done to explore shoreline protection strategies that would work for that side of the island. It's not a whole of island solution, and so in order to move forward with a plan for shoreline protection for Key Biscayne, they decided they were willing to do a back bay feasibility study to understand the threat of inundation from storm surges from the backside of the island, which would also impact any benefits that were gotten from shoreline protection from the ocean side of the island. They're in the process of completing that back bay feasibility study now. They have a technical review coming up in February where they're going to be looking at the future without a project scenario, as well as rough order of magnitude costs on some potential solutions. And it's a broad suite of solutions, some of which are conceptualized for in the water, but will not really be advanced because they're infeasible and not permittable in an aquatic preserve and very expensive. So they'll be focused more on landside shoreline protection solutions. Once they do that technical review, then in April, they have an agency decision milestone as to whether to move on to the next step. And that's kind of where we're at right now, but they're on track schedule-wise and budget-wise relative to the scope that they have for that back bay feasibility.
And based on that timeline, we hope to have them give a presentation sometime in March, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You're still up there. I got two more. Water quality. We had two individuals bring up water quality. I believe Mr. Collins asked a question about nutrient loads and how do we reduce the nutrient loads? What type of systems are we putting in place to address that?
Well, I think it was more related to whether the loads would be less if we were pumping less water.
Yeah.
The reality is the amount of water that we have is the amount of water that's going to have to make its way to the bay somehow, regardless of whether we're pumping it into the bay or it's just somehow gradually making its way to the bay. But when that water hits the land, it's going to have to find a way to the bay, and we're either going to treat it or we're not going to treat it. If we pass it through a conveyance system and we pass it through a treatment system, then those loads can be reduced. If not, then they will make their way somehow into the groundwater through drainage wells or injection wells, and then it goes into the groundwater untreated, and then that gradually makes its way to the bay. And so then
that nutrient load will
It's going anyway.
will get there anyway. Except that if it passes through a treatment center system, it'll be reduced.
And then I believe Ms. Hurtado mentioned that something about a variance from the county. Kind of walk through that process of how we apply for a permit.
Relative to
the fact
water
that-
quality?
Yeah, we're still on water quality, yes.
I mean, I don't expect to be getting any variances from the county. I think that they're gonna evaluate the degree of nutrient load that we will get from the treatment train that we're proposing as part of this design, and then they will either agree to that or they won't. If they believe that it is a satisfactory improvement to what we have now, which is nothing, then they have the right to approve that, regardless of whether it reaches their uppermost threshold of what they would like to see.
Do they have an expectation of other communities being able to meet those demands? I mean, who wrote this ordinance? I have to say that. Because it seems to me like what they're asking for is a wastewater treatment plant when you look at it.
Well, there right now is.
Why was it, what's the purpose of writing such a stringent ordinance if it cannot be financially and technically achieved?
I mean, I'm not going to pretend to get into their head and,
I know. I'm asking
examine what they were thinking with this ordinance. The reality is the ordinance is there, and I believe that they're expecting all municipalities to try and achieve the goals of that ordinance.
Right, and
We're
ours is
gonna
a good
do the
faith
best
attempt
we
to do
can
so.
to meet that ordinance.
But I think that, okay, so here's my concern. And my concern is that this, it's really not a variance. It's they would be accepting what we have in the context that we're improving our water quality conditions. I guess that would be
significantly, not in like in a trivial way.
It doesn't, you know, it's really, it's not exactly a measurable thing because there's nothing there, I guess, and we're just providing, we're improving it. In the context of what they're writing it, we're still below their threshold. What I'm trying to do here is that I'm trying to lead by example while at the same time being able to define or try to improve the expectations of this ordinance to other communities as well, and for us in the future. Should we move forward or should we have to do other things that require water quality? I think it's an important discussion to have with the county to ensure that they really accept our system in perpetuity. That they don't come back later on and they say, no, well, you didn't meet this, you're like, 40 milliliters per, whatever it is, the threshold it is that they have, that you have to improve it. And then later on, we have to improve the system. You see what I'm trying to
The way the
say?
ordinance is written now, a permit is a permit, and that the permit will stand. Now, whether they can go back and change
They
that
can
ordinance,
always go back.
Of course, they can go back and change that
So I
ordinance.
think
Well,
we need to.
I mean, I
I'm
think
not
that-
saying I'm not saying it's not doable. Hear me out, please. What I'm saying is that ours is a good faith approach to improve water quality, but we have to set a benchmark, and we have to get the county to understand that small communities such as ours that don't have the real estate, nor do we have the financial capacity to afford these water quality systems, should stand with what we are providing.
And to Councilmember.
Does that make sense?
Councilmember, they clearly recognize that. And in fact, we're meeting with them next week to go over exactly what's acceptable and not acceptable, based on our geography, our topography, our perviousness of our materials, our low lying, everything that is taken into consideration.
But this, what I'm trying to say is that county, this is our benchmark. This is what this community can meet. Don't come back later on in the future and tell us later on that we have to do more, because we can't do more, because we've done what we can, and this is as far as we can go financially and environmentally. And I think you guys have done a great job at that. What?
Listen, I prepared for this, I gotta make my.
But the Bay is the responsibility of a lot of people, of a lot of communities. And the message that needs to be driven here is that we're doing our part. And other communities need to do their part as well. And if the county wishes to achieve a certain amount of water quality, it cannot impose that burden on the individual taxpayers and less of smaller communities. It needs to be a cohesive, orchestrated coalition between the county, the state, whoever it is, to clean the bay. What they're doing is that they're putting the entire burden on smaller communities. So I'm saying we're doing a great good faith effort in cleaning our water, but we have to have a serious discussion with the county so then later on they don't come back and put an additional burden in our community.
And we are. We had a 2-hour global meeting with the entire county across it this morning, and then we meet with the leadership of RER in Durham next week.
Yeah, but that, okay, love it, thank you. But
Yeah.
what does that mean? They're going to meet with Durham next week.
No, I'm talking to the director of RER.
The director of RER. What is it? Guys, we cannot, I mean, we can't go this out on a wing and a prayer. We have to make sure that the county accept this, our water quality efforts.
Have I ever gone out on anything on a wing and a prayer?
No,
You know I got an idea what I'm going to say with her. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have a very serious conversation. And, you know, after I have the
I'm not
conversation.
sure if I'm getting my point across.
No,
I'm trying not for them to come back to us later on in time, in the future, and tell us that we have to, that our system is not up to par, that we have to improve it further and put an additional burden on this community. That's what I'm trying to do.
And Fernando.
But that the Bay, there is a responsibility of, it's not only it's not just the responsibility of Key Biscayne, it's a responsibility of Miami, Miami Beach, whoever has also responsibility. It has to be distributed. Folks, what we received is an unfunded mandate because at the end of the day, they're putting the burden on the smaller communities. That's the way I look at it, and I don't accept it.
Let us transfer back to maintenance, but you know, I think I mentioned before, it's not an unfunded mandate because the Biscayne Bay water quality grants are out there, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund is available for communities to use to address their water quality issues.
Well, then let's go ahead and build a wastewater treatment plant because we have to meet those requirements.
Anyway, so if you would, Chris, why don't we talk about a little bit about maintenance? Looks like Mr. De La Cruz left, but I just wanted to make it clear that the CRO is not responsible for maintenance of the system. This gentleman is right here. So if you would, Chris, just kind of give us a general overview of what you do each year.
Every year, we go through the entire system and we jet the lines and we clean the lines out, the entire system. This is beyond the requirements that are set on us by the state MPDS permitting and by the county. We also clean all the structures and remove any sediments that are in the structures. In other words, we vacuum out anything we find within those. So we run through the entire system. We clean 10 wells per year. We go into the wells, we measure the depth of the wells, we see how much sediment is in there, and we will go and remove that sediment to keep the wells functioning as best we can before there's no more capacity for them to drain. So we do 10 wells a year. The village has a total of 39 wells, so every 4 years, we wind up cleaning all of the wells as needed.
So we take it seriously.
I'm sorry?
Well, when I started here 5 years ago.
It doesn't matter. We're doing it now.
Yeah.
Right? We're doing it now, and I take it very seriously.
We were already.
Well,
when Jake was here as Public Works Director, he started more aggressively maintaining the system because it just wasn't draining adequately. It still doesn't drain adequately because when it rains in a meaningful manner, the streets still flood. So this past summer, we were fortunate that we didn't really have any intense rains. We had more sort of low intensity rains. And so we didn't see any measurable street flooding. But in previous years since I started here, definitely I have seen a handful of times when the streets have been flooded pretty extensively. And AECOM has used a handful of calibration storms for their model, which had measured depths in order to make sure that their model was actually presenting valid results. And you know, it was consistent with what was measured. You know.
And so I want to apologize for your folks. I didn't mean it in a flippant way. What I meant to say, what I wanted to say, is that since I've been here, we're doing it. I take it seriously, and we're going to continue to do it. So I can't go backwards and change what didn't happen before. That's all I was trying to say.
And
So
the
that-
maintenance,
that's all I
and the
wanna say.
the maintenance of the system hasn't stopped. We just ended a cycle and immediately started up again. Because it'll take us a long period of time to get through the entire system in the village.
Right.
So,
Yep.
okay, in the
But-
last 3 years, so why don't we wait and see how much improvement before we spend and bankrupt?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So anyway, so we've had that conversation. I want to ask a question. I think someone brought it up.
Can you answer the question that he asked? When you started putting the wells, you say 10 wells per year? If the last 3 years, you said that you started to take care of that? We have 35 wells, and how many is already on? 39? So how many have you taken care of? Yeah. Right now, to today.
I apologize, I have only been here 6 months, and the system has been
By the end of calendar year.
Let's not have an argument here.
No.
We have a very good document that we'll be happy to share with you that talks about what we've done, and it's a very detailed white paper that we can share.
We know that you have 39 wells. How many wells are clean right now?
In 2024, we did 10 wells. In the previous year, we also did certain.
2024, last month, we did 10 wells.
We finished.
That's
we
not-
finished
that's-
the 10 wells in
that's not
December. We started in
correct.
October.
Listen,
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. No, we
Yes,
didn't.
you have it in the report I gave you.
Actually incorrect.
You have it in the report I gave you.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Steve.
You know, as Steve said, we can't go back. Chris is now taking care of past omissions and bringing it up to speed. He should have it up to speed shortly, Chris. By the end of this year, every well will be at least every 4 years been done.
By the end of this year, I will say that from last year's fiscal year and this year's, we will have 10 and 10, 20 wells, half the system. I can guarantee that we'll have been.
But
cleaned,
how about
yes.
the other half, the other 19?
Those will be done every year.
Will they
for the
be
next-
less than 4 years old?
Yes,
So within a 4-year cycle, by the end of this year, no well will be older than 4 years.
Correct.
Since it was done,
That
which
is
is
correct.
basically what your schedule is.
correct.
Okay, then the next question is, you have 5 or 6 areas that haven't been jetted or have to be jetted, where you have blockages. When's that going to be taken done?
We are currently contracting to have a visual on those and have the lines televised to see what the cause of the blockage is, and then we can contract to have those repairs made.
And when will that be done?
We're working on it right now as we speak.
When will that be done?
The visual of them, I expect to be done within the next 2 months.
Okay.
At the most, and then we will have to figure out what the blockage, what was causing the blockage, and, how extensive that is.
What about the jetting? How often do you do the jetting? Every time that you do 10 of them?
Every year.
Of the jetting of the lines
Yes.
is done full cycle all year long.
Okay, so all of the lines, you're
They will be
saying?
jetted again this year, yes.
Okay.
All of them.
With all due respect, why can't we get those 4 or 5 areas that Ed was talking about done next week? Our guy can do it.
I have to contract that out.
Huh?
I have to contract that out.
Okay, I get it, but I mean.
Yes.
Don't you have a guy who does all the work?
We have a guy that does all the work, but we have to contract him in, so we're kind of tied by how we contract somebody to come in. He's not under contract to make repairs. He's under contract to clean the lines.
I understand.
Chris.
But to just scope it out to see what the problem is. Why can't get
We
that
are
done?
contracting him to do that.
We will
That's
move
a
it as fast
different
as we
scope.
can.
Yes,
We'll move it as fast as we can.
yes, yes.
Are we taking questions, Mayor?
Go
Yes.
ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This exchange is totally unacceptable.
That's not the question.
When we began listening to the idea of starting projects, the wells were dirty. And people like him brought it up. I don't know anything about wells. I didn't even know how the water went away. People like him started bringing to the attention of the public the issues of the well. That was what, a year ago? For us to be talking to a new hire 6 months into the job Now you're paying $1.5 million to a company, and they pay something to another company. To do those forces and to do measuring.
The street.
Insane. Insane. The only explanation that you can give is accept and you made a mistake and move for the first time the wells tomorrow.
So, one at a time. One at a time.
Give me 1 second. You guys accepted, and Ms. Stoner and Ed, you were at the meeting that we did in workshop for Sunset for the garden district, and they're gonna use injection wells. FEMA is gonna use injection wells. Even in Colony Colony, we're gonna use injection wells. They're gonna be put there in order to move the water down, not like this. So why are we moving in zone 1 like this when we still need to go like this, and we will not need to clean the water, and we will not need to contaminate the bay, and we will be safe. And we already have wells, and we're gonna add in more wells in zone 1.
Do you want me to address that a little bit?
Let me start it, and I'll turn it over if necessary. So let's talk about maintenance first, because there's a couple things to this. First, if you follow the design criteria that we presented here and the advice that we've received from AECom, maintenance in the current well system will not work past a certain time. We're expecting to see 27 inches of sea level rise by 2070. At some point, those systems, 27 inches by 2070. So, anyway.
You want some help?
Well, all right, okay, quiet,
Guys.
quiet, please.
Really hard to have a conversation with everyone talking amongst themselves.
Doesn't matter. The system will.
Okay. You want an exchange, but then you don't want to really do it. Everybody just talk at the same time, right? So let's try to do this in an organized way so that everyone is heard.
So I think generally speaking, we heard two questions. One is, can we just maintain what we have? Let's address that. I'll turn that over to Chris and Roland. And the second question, why are we doing injection wells in the Garden District, but we're not doing it somewhere else? So let's address them one at a time, because I think they're very two distinctive questions. Right? One is addressing what you have now. The other one is putting in something that'll only work for a short period of time. But anyway, go ahead, just talk, generally speaking, what the issue of is just doing maintenance. At what point does that no longer work?
Well, it's already not working. I mean, because we already have street flooding with gravity drainage wells. Now, some would argue that the reason that we do is because they're not maintained. I would argue differently, because those wells have design lives. They're not in perpetuity. A lot of these wells are already past their design life, and you can continue to try and redevelop them, but they will never reach their optimal discharge capacity. Okay, so let me shall I continue, or do we want to get schooled by Mr. Dela Cruz?
Tell us the truth. It's the truth.
Well-
Okay.
Was made the first time around.
Can you, Roland, answer the question without any,
Comments? Yeah, editorial comments.
Yes.
Direct answering.
We can continue to redevelop wells. The fact of the matter is, it's a gravity drainage system, and we're losing that hydraulic gradient. We've already pretty much got a very small hydraulic gradient, and we're only gonna get less hydraulic gradient over time as sea level rises. As it is, we already experience sunny day flooding, which would mean that the groundwater table is rising up through the existing catch basin drains and then manifesting on the roadway. That already exists.
So at some point,
It already exists.
So at some point, the drainage just becomes
And it's
obsolete.
only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So AECom did a very thorough discharge opportunity analysis where they looked at gravity drainage wells, shallow injection wells, deep injection wells, discharging to outfalls with a pumped system. And for a whole host of technical reasons, gravity drainage wells and shallow injection wells and deep injection wells are not feasible in this area. We are doing shallow injection wells in the Garden District. It's a Band-Aid solution. It's not a permanent solution. And those shallow injection wells are going to lose their efficacy, their drainage efficacy over time.
Okay,
They will.
let me, excuse me. So we've had this conversation here before, okay? So it is to our advantage, regardless of what system that we go and we do, to keep the existing system working as long as possible.
That is correct,
Okay?
because
Okay?
we do have to
It has
continue
to happen.
drain.
So it's not one against the other. It has to continue to work until the whole system is completed or not completed. Okay, but that has to happen, and we are all in agreement. And the maintenance needs to continue, and it has to be at its best possible way of getting it done.
That is correct. And if for some reason we wanted to entertain shallow injection wells to deal with the volumes of water that we're dealing with, it was determined that it would be about 53 shallow injection wells that would have to be built in Zone 1, which we don't have the space for. And all of those shallow injection wells would have pumps associated with them, and all of that infrastructure is very space intensive.
You've had the opportunity to speak the whole night long, so just, relax. Seriously. Sit down. This is not about personalities. This is about talking about things. Yeah, go ahead.
I've been coming to a few of these meetings, and I respect all of you and the time that you put in, which I know is a volunteer job. But every meeting I've come to, the only thing I've heard is that the people of this village do not want this project. So if we don't want the project, if you are representing us, I don't care about the water level, I don't care, I live in New Jersey, I just left a snowstorm, and you know what? After a while, you tow it, it goes away. In all of my years, I have been coming to Key Biscayne since 1975. It flooded, and then it went down. I'm not talking about 3 major hurricanes, but aside from that, it came down. So you are representatives of us. Every single time I have come to a meeting, I have never once heard one person get up there and say, thank you for voting for this. Every single time it has been, we don't want it. Sit down. You represent us. Now,
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. Okay, Natalie.
Dr. Sanini, you said, right, that when you're gonna put the water to discharge on the bay, at one point, due to sea level rise, we're gonna find a wall. Right?
Yeah, it's a boundary condition. It's a boundary condition.
Because it's gonna be high water, and the water is not gonna be able to drain on the wall. So again, that's why we have injection wells. Just saying, I'm a lawyer, I'm not an engineer. I'm just applying some logic and listening to you that is the expert.
Could you like to explain how injection wells
Do
work?
I answer that?
I mean, if you don't, I mean, if you, I'm happy to do it.
Go ahead.
Let's let him do it. Let's let him do it, Roland.
Roland,
Let Robert do it.
Speak into the microphone, please.
So
Okay, listen up.
So there's some technical limitations on the use of wells, and I'll speak to deep injection wells because I think that's mostly what you're trying to refer to.
No.
So,
Shallow.
Forget that. Just
I mean,
shallow.
deep injection wells, we're talking about 3,000 feet deep injection wells, as opposed to shallow injection wells, just 100, 150. That's about it.
So with shallow injection wells, you still have the same limitations. there's a head differential, a max head differential that you're allowed to put by the state. So we can't exceed that. We can't just put like, you know, like a 50 CFS pump on it to try to get down more water. There's a limitation of how much we can put. And so because we have that state limitation, that means that we need more of these smaller wells. But these wells, they're going to start competing with each other. So then you need even more. So there's a diminishing return, and then compounding with sea level rise, that means that you need even more and more and more. So they're just not feasible from a construction standpoint or a cost. They will cost more than installing a pump station.
And there's a spacing requirement. They
Yeah.
have to be 300 feet apart.
Yes.
And the reason that there's this head issue, head limit, is because of the mounding of the water table.
Yeah.
So we have a very shallow water table as it is. We have a very shallow water table as it is. And as you push water in, it tends to mound the water table up. And if you push it under too much pressure, that mounding of the water table will then intersect with the ground surface, meaning that the water table will rise above the ground. That's why they put limits on how hard you can push water into the ground. So that only gets worse as sea level rise rises the groundwater table, and you lose that space to absorb that mound. So there are limits to, there are very real technical limits to injection wells. The only reason that we're doing them in the Garden District is because it's a temporary situation, and it's gonna have a temporary improvement, and over time, it will become less and less effective as conditions change and as the wells reach their design life. That's it.
Roland.
In Holiday Colony, Silver Sands, that is going to use injection wells.
Yes, yes, that's what they're proposing.
Had built 3 million square feet of property in Miami-Dade using injection wells. So if it worked for him, highly successful.
They're using 12. He's putting it on much higher.
For that small footprint.
Mary, Lane,
Extrapolate that across
he's
the
putting it
whole-
on a much higher elevation.
Thousands.
Excuse me. I'll in-
But 1,000. Maria.
Mariana, he's putting it on much higher ground. He's not putting it down at street level. So that, we put him, well, to clear the streets, you have to put the inlets down at street level. He's putting the inlets on top of the fill that he's putting on the structure.
That's correct.
So that's completely different than putting him in the street. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to do that, but I happen to agree that injection wells are a short-term fix. They are more expensive because of the amount you can put in each one and what they call the mounding, where the water will come back up. But the one thing we haven't discussed is the small pumps. In other words, right now we're talking about the big pumps. We're talking about 4 big pumps. If you look at the AECOM technical memorandum of March 15th, 2021, you see they also talk about small pumps. But they say that we can only have, with the present system, without going out, getting more easements, more expense, we could have 20 pumps. Each pump, they say, is good for 44 CFS, cubic feet per second of water pumping, which would give you 880 cubic feet, which they say is not enough. Now, they say that's not enough because in that particular paper that they wrote, that was based on 8.7 inches in 10 years, I think. We're talking about now 7 inches in 10 years. Also, the whole thing comes down to absorption. Our system, based on AECOM, says there is no absorption by the ground, by the pervious areas, by the swimming pools. Usually a scupper in a swimming pool is down at least 8 inches. So that alone takes 8 inches of water in most homes. So because of that, we got these tremendous pumps, we got these tremendous pipes, which we don't need. And again, Steve, you said something tonight, which is, I don't know why you said it, but you said, let common sense prevail. Now, you've made it very clear, Roland's made it very clear that I don't know shit. Okay, I'm not an engineer. Basically, I'm just an old man here, pain in the ass, and just want to let you alone.
Councilmember, I love you.
And get the project done that you want to get done, okay? And that's fine. I have no problems. I still love you. It doesn't matter. But common sense, the definition is good sense and sound judgment in practical matters. That's what common sense approach is. Or a sound and prudent judgment based on a simple perception of the situation or facts. Well, the perception of water going in ground, you don't have to be a genius. You have to have eyes. Maybe you're blind, you can't see it. But anybody who has eyes and been alive and seen rain come down or water the lawn or anywhere else but water in the dirt sees the water go into the ground. Now, the next thing you come back and our professors here will tell us that, well, that's no good because the water is going to rise up. And we're not going to have the volumetric, I think it's the term you fancy guys use, volumetric area to absorb the water. And I also enclosed today what I showed you on page, where the hell it was, from the vulnerability study.
Here, this one.
Yeah,
This is the one that you
2060.
want.
Which one? I think it's
Right.
2060. You will see that most of the groundwater is still 4 feet ahead between the level of the groundwater. That's from Black and Veatch, actually. So there still will be tremendous amount of area to absorb the water. Now, as far as the water being sand or loamy soil to be able to absorb the water, one absorbs the water at 1.5 to 6 inches per hour, and the other one is 0.6 to 2 inches per hour. So under any event, they can absorb it. Now, you've seen the numbers I produced. I based it on a worse condition. You're talking about, Roland said it could be 2.78 inches at one time. He basically sent me an email. So I changed my numbers to see how that would work. But if you read the papers submitted by AECOM, whatever it's called, 24-hour rainfall distribution, they say that usually doesn't happen until the 11th, I think, 12.5 hour for an hour. So I can concentrate that on 2 hours and 2.34 hour, 2 hours, 34 hours. And still, you had no problem by putting in individual pumps. The same thing that AECOM said we could do. It's in the book. And you know what? We don't get to rip the streets. We don't have to do all this work, and we'll probably save, what, $50 million? 75? Because, you know, this thing's got to cost us $125 million. I hear what you're saying. And again, I'm old and out of sorts, but for 60 years I've been doing construction. And I know when government people come here, the price goes up. So what I suggest we do,
I would like to.
so what I suggest we do is we pause and let AECOM come back to us and say, hey, consider absorption. You don't have to consider 100%, consider 20%. Assume 80% of the water goes in the street. Just take 20% off and see what happens and how many of these pumps you have to put in and what a simple project, saving tons of money and time to get it done.
And just before we pass it on, if I may say one thing, you know, I appreciate all the good, you know, compliments, and I love you.
Listen, you make the best presentations I've ever seen, the best graphics, probably cost us a fortune, but they are beautiful.
But anyways, no, so you interesting what you said right at the end, which I found interesting, is you said, let's just assume 80% goes in. So the, 20%, okay, I'll take that then. Only 5% of the entire water that enters into the system would be coming from property adjacent. So if you only want 20% to go in, you just reduced it by 1%. So we're arguing over 1% of the water that would enter into the entire system.
I said 20% of the water is absorbed and 80% of that goes into the street.
And that's 4%. Oh, going in.
You look at the numbers.
Okay.
There, the
Fernando,
the entire water in the system.
Fernando, you want to?
Yeah, I was hoping to kind of elevate a little bit the discussion. I appreciate all the technical points. As an engineer, I truly appreciate that, but purposely staying away from that because I don't want to get into points and counterpoints about the elevation of the water or not. What I want to do is I don't want to talk about something here, about something that's been discussed, and I kind of have it here. I wanted to read a little bit. Why now? Right? Why are we spending the money now? Why do we even worry about doing this now? Why don't we just, not saying kick the can, but we didn't do it before. We've been living perfectly well with flooding. Well, the issue is that if we keep on waiting, it's it's really going to be a slow death, folks, when you think about it. All the indicators are moving in a direction that the sea level is rising. I'm not saying that as a scientist. I'm not saying that even as an engineer. It's out there. The sea levels are rising. And we are in ground zero. We live in a coastal community that is significantly affected by that. And as a result of that, king tides affect our streets, stormwater struggles, to feed our drains, and insurance premiums continues to rise. Look at Fort Myers, look at Tampa, look at all these communities that get devastated all the time about that. So I'm trying to acknowledge all the concerns here, and I can understand that some residents feel it's not the right time. But they may feel that the financial burden may be too high at this point, but the risks are clearly overstated. The existing infrastructure that we have is insufficient. And we have to be careful stewards of what we do. And we have to have this process that we're doing right now requires careful and thoughtful thinking. We are making a decision for the future and for the residents and for prosperity. That's really our role. We're not here to debate whether the groundwater is an inch or 2 inches, or whether it's going to affect somebody else, but if it's going to affect our children and our grandchildren. That's what we got elected here, to look in the best interest of the community. Excuse me, may I speak? May I speak, ma'am? I am hearing what the people say, but I'm also hearing about what some people are saying here. There's 20,000 members in this community as well that are not speaking. Ma'am, we got voted in this position for a higher decision-making process. I understand your concerns. Well, I'm sorry, we got elected for that. Fine. I told you it wasn't going to be a popular subject. I told you it wasn't going to be. Fine. That's okay. Rising costs. Rising costs. That's going to be a big issue. You want to kick at the can? That's perfectly fine. We're going to have increased damage and disruptions because at this point, it's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. Hurricanes can hit us and we can be devastated. Look at your insurance and property values. You folks know more than anybody over here that your insurance rates are happening. And it's not a question of whether, when we get affected, I would like to see what's going to happen to our insurance rates. There's a lot of communities in the West Coast where that properties are not even being able to be insured. Are we taking that into consideration, or are we looking at 1 inch of groundwater? I mean, seriously, this is not a popular job for me to stay here and be booed for you. It's not, I know, but I have to say that because at the end of the day, I have to speak from my conscience. I ran on this platform. I ran on this platform because I believe strongly that we have to protect our community, that there's a clear and present danger out there, and that it's going to be a slow death. And everybody here I may not even be around when this happens, but I know my grandchildren will likely be, and their grandchildren will likely be. So if I'm looking in the best interest of Key Biscayne, I have to make a decision for the future. I don't have to make a decision for today. You may not like what I'm saying, and I tell you, a lot of people don't like to be in my position, but I have to tell you what I feel. As an engineer and as a resident of this community, I have to do what is right, not what is popular. So, Mayor, with that, I close my statement. Thank you. I don't listen. I have to, okay, I have to have, okay, what I have to have is what I consider to be a balanced forward approach to our future, right? We have to make sure that our infrastructure works not just for today, but for the future. If we're going to make the right investment, we have to look at how our community, if it will be a livable community, and if it's going to be a protected and resilient community. And that's what I have to look at. I understand your concerns. I have to pay too for this. I will have to pay as well. I'm not sitting here. No, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you why we're talking about hurricanes. Let me tell you about what we're talking about hurricanes, because our insurability, our reinsurability, or our capacity to get bonded, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, our capacity to get bonded decreases if we don't have the proper system in place. If we're negligent about our stormwater system, we do not want to invest what's going to happen is that eventually our credit rating will go down. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager. Correct me if I'm wrong. Our credit rating and our capacity to insure ourselves will eventually go down. So my thinking is not necessarily, I don't want to be the popular guy here pulling out calculations and telling you, I could do that. I could do that. I could do that, but I'm not doing it. I'm telling you what I think is the best interest of the community. I just think we've been passing a lot of misinformation, and I'm very concerned about that.
Okay.
Because we've been scaring a lot of people. I rest my case. You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of order, would a referendum on Key Biscayne help you? Would a referendum on this issue help you? Just yes or no?
Could, it could. Sure.
That's a great idea.
Oh, come on. Come on. Every time you come here, you don't get information? Is that it? So, come on.
Let's enough.
All right. Okay.
Let's enough one-on-one.
All right. Let's go around. Let's go around.
What are we going around on?
We also are thinking about our grandchild, and for you, this is a priority. And when I think of my grandchild living here, I want a day that is healthy, because if it's healthy, we're gonna have more life.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
I agree with you.
Okay, Fernando.
Sorry.
Representing us, and I think that given the information, doing a referendum is the logical thing. This is such a big issue to be just here, like a few people here, and you get the decision that, as every time that I also have seen this meeting, every people that comes said that they don't want this. They want to take care of the issue of water, but they want to have other options.
But
It's misinformation, but it looks like a more logical things to try and evaluate other things that you go directly with this without knowing the cost, without knowing so many things about this. So
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor. All right, go on.
Let's keep
don't
going
wanna-
here. Thank you for your comments. Frank.
Thank you for not bringing rotten fruit. We were very grateful for that. I think that I will not endeavor to persuade anybody of anything this evening, but I will simply share a few thoughts that occurred to me. The word insane has been applied to this process. I think it's fair to say that it's anything but insane. I think what would be insane would be to
Run for office?
probably to exalt denial and delusion would be insane. So what, instead of denial and delusion, what I think we've tried to grapple with over a very long time is to study the problem and to be as rational and as thoughtful and as careful as we can be, and to second guess multiple times repeatedly all the advice that we get, and to listen to each other's efforts when the cost estimates come in to constantly chase another solution, which is laudable and we all appreciate, despite the fact that it takes a lot of time. In terms of what I think we've all come to coalesce around, the cost that we can't afford is clearly one thing, and that's to do nothing, because we are firmly persuaded empirically and with, I think, tested conviction revisited over years that doing nothing is not an option. The tempting reactions that I sometimes feel too in response to Ed's thoughtful suggestions and Brett's very colorful graph that revealed very well information that I thought was ultimately not relevant to the question that we were being asked, but was still done very well, is really simply to rely on percolation to bridge that 20% of absorption, to bridge the gap and get to the level of service that's required, is risky and maybe ill-advised, because if that absorption assumption isn't met and the flooding isn't what we expect it will be, that's not a catastrophe in and of itself, because we're still left with whatever one speaker talked about as a game of inches. But we're really not thinking in analyzing these problems about a game of inches as much as it may seem so. We're really talking about viability as a community. And the question that keeps coming back at all of us who sit here and study this for a long time is really viability. And it may be ultimately that Mr. Easton's observation tonight is the most haunting and the one that I keep coming back to in my own mind for all of these years, which is the prospective futility of doing anything because we can't afford it. And I know that because of some of the work that we do regionally, other communities are facing this existential question, is this possible? Is it possible to do what we know or we think we know we need to do? I was in a meeting, and Roland, maybe you can help me with the first name. She's the Monroe County's Chief Resiliency Officer, Dr. Haig.
Yeah, Rhonda Haig.
Dr. Rhonda Haig presented what they're trying to figure out how to do and how to pay for in Monroe County, focused on an area called Twin Lakes, which was 105 houses, at a $380 million budget to service 105 houses in terms of stormwater and road improvements. And that's a tiny speck in a tiny part of Florida. We're properly and understandably focused on our tiny speck. So I think that in response to the question posed from New Jersey over there, unfortunately, I would offer a slightly skewed perspective on your proposition, ma'am, by pointing out that the way this works is not by plebiscite, because you elect people to study and to dedicate their time and effort and to apply their expertise and to make decisions. Part of that responsibility, and it is a responsibility, and we do work for you, is to engage with you in the process, explain what we're doing, persuade you when we think we need to that we're thinking correctly, and enlist your support, or at least deal with your opposition in a way that makes peace at the end so that decisions can be made and we can move forward. And I'm come to one conclusion tonight, that we haven't done a very good job at that relative to this group. But I would also point out to you that there are other nights and other groups, and sometimes some of you are here and sometimes some of you are not. But you're not speaking for everybody. And as it stands right now, at what time is it? 10:24, you're not speaking for all of the predecessors that preceded this county council, with the exception of Mr. London and Mr. Moss. And I don't think you're speaking persuasively to me, or I would assume to my colleagues here. So we've not met informationally at any common place tonight, which is pretty disappointing. And maybe that's a function of how this thing was structured, and its purpose really should have been to answer debate or have a debate rather than just present a fait accompli as it appeared. That's probably true as I see it and think about it now. But if we're going to do this successfully, the driver and the ultimate preoccupation sort of can't be cost, because I don't mean to be cavalier about cost, but to be effective, it'll cost what it'll cost. The real challenge is how to make it effective at a cost that we can bear. So there's other ideas. My reaction to the one that you put forward tonight really comes down to percolation and predictability on absorption. That's another analysis for another time. But I am not ready personally to declare futility and conclude that we can't do anything, because I think that you're right when you said that doing so foreordains migration, because this will not work. We will not. The stormwater system as it is, I think we have successfully communicated, I think, the truth, that whatever deficiencies historically occurred in maintenance do not explain at all why there's no way to rely on the stormwater system as it is, with improvements, with rehabilitation, and with the extraordinary maintenance that you described as surpassing standards and requirements. That I think we're all convinced won't work. So something else is needed, and the question is, and has been, what is that something? So this whole plan is the response to about 4 years' worth of work to answer that question. So we're obviously not done.
Okay. Nancy?
I have just a couple of comments. One of the reasons that we've made it this far and minimized the flooding to the extent that it's been minimized to this point was because our first council 30-something years ago made a commitment and spent a lot of money to install the infrastructure system that we have now. And it may be that it's reaching the end of its useful life, but they were looking ahead, and we are just finishing paying for that now, 30 years later. So we do have to look to the future, and we do have some responsibility to this community, whether it's with our children or someone else's children, into the future. So that's something to bear in mind. Another thing that makes this difficult is that planning for some way to address the drainage problem is not based on absolute facts. It used to be that we would look at history and predict the future. Well, now that's not working because of climate change. So now we have to go on assumptions, and those aren't absolute. We don't know that there's going to be sea level rise of 20 inches on this particular year. We just know that sometime it's going to happen, and we need to be prepared for it. And the last thing I'm going to say is that there is no one sitting on this council and no one on our staff that is rubber stamping any proposal. We are spending hours, and we don't all agree, and we are still looking for answers, and we are trying to find consensus on how to best address this problem. So for those of you who are against it under any circumstance, that falls a little short of where this council is, because we're not against it. We are trying to find the best way to solve the problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Mike?
Nancy said it all. She did a good job. Thank you.
Ditto.
Okay. Let me say a couple things. We have a flooding problem today. Today it exists, okay? If it rains those amounts of rains and inches, we are especially in a lot of areas of this village, are going to have a problem getting in and out of our homes. And the problem is in the street. It's not necessarily your particular house. So we have a flooding problem today. I'm not sure what's going to happen in 40 years, and I kind of don't really care, okay? I know that we have to do something to prepare for that, okay? But my problem is that it floods today, and my residents are telling me, and have told us throughout the last couple of elections. In 2020, they talked about it. In 2022, we talked about it. And in 2024, we talked about it. And the people that want to do something about this and want to try to do something about this as soon as possible are sitting up here, okay? So we have a flooding problem. We have a flooding problem today. Forget about the 27 inches, okay? We have a flooding problem that we need to address today. We need to start now, okay? This has been going on for a number of years. AECOM was hired before I was on this board, before you were on this board, These are engineers that are telling us, you have water, you have to move the water, or you have to get rid of it some way. What they have suggested in an engineering parlance and in the way that they have studied the situation, this is one of the largest national engineering firms in the country, and they have come up with this, okay? This is the devised plan of action, okay? Could they be totally wrong? Could they be completely wrong? Could it be that everyone knows more than they do about how to do this job? I don't think so. And that's the problem and the juncture where I'm at. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I've got engineers that are telling me the solution to taking that water that falls and moving it or doing something with it is the plan that's being proposed here tonight, okay? So if we look at, if you say to me you have a problem with the cost and that the cost is unbearable and that there's no way that we can afford it, that's a more intellectually important argument, okay? But we need to do something. We need to do something, and we can't just kick the can down. And as much as I love my good friend and colleague, he's giving you lots of numbers, all over the place. He's got lots of numbers. But he forgot to give you one number.
Tell me.
The one number that Ed forgot to talk to us about was, what if he's wrong and we put this project out for another 10 or 15 years, and then the cost is not 120, as my good friend mentions. Maybe it's 240, maybe it's 360, maybe it's 500 million. So that's something that keeps me awake at night, that we don't necessarily have the answer to that question. And it's certainly something that is way more than the 80 million. Am I happy about having to pay that? Of course not. Will I listen to other ideas and ways to reduce that cost? Absolutely, absolutely. But we need to keep going here. This is not, this is not something, you saw the timeline. In my term, this will not be completed for sure, okay? So it'll be up to other councils to get through this. And if we wait, it gets more expensive. If we wait, there is more flooding. We were extremely lucky this rainy season. All that rain went to Fort Lauderdale. Ask the people in Fort Lauderdale. Ask the people in Hollywood, just up the road, 20, 25 miles. Ask them what they want. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to say they want pump stations, okay? And when you talk to their leaders, they're telling you that's their main objective, is to find pump stations to move the water, okay? So, this is, and we continue to learn, we continue to interact with you, we continue to try to find the solutions for this vexing problem that we have here, okay? We really appreciate you coming out tonight, and this is an ongoing thing. We're not stopping and having these conversations about the different phases of this project. We've been hearing, everybody wants to do undergrounding. Well, here tonight, you know, there's some people that are, oh, okay, I don't know, I don't think so. The size of the thing makes it, I mean, we've been talking about undergrounding for years, okay? All right, so, you know, it's like, you got to make up your mind also at some point here. You got to be able to move the ball forward. And that's what I think the majority here is doing. We want to try to move the ball forward. And with that,
You misquoted me.
I
You misquoted me, my dear friend Joe. You said that I don't want to do anything. That's wrong. That's not what I said. And I'm not going to wait 20 years and do the same stuff. All I said was that I think we can do a system much more economically to provide a level of service satisfactory to the community, much quicker, much, much less expensive, using AECOM. What they said we can use small pumps.
Okay.
They
When
made
you
it-
bring AECOM forward,
Then they said,
will they agree with you?
listen to me, what the difference is the number of pumps. They said we would need more pumps than we have capacity today to use without getting other easements, etc. But with the number of pumps they said we could use today, which is 20 pumps, and that's in, like I say, page 6 or page 7 of the technical memo, and that gives you
Where did we go?
880, what?
Where did we get 20 pumps from?
These are small pumps. These are
You're on the small.
These are not
okay.
injection pumps. These are force main.
Okay.
Good for 1,000 feet. Okay. And if you plug in that 880 into almost any kind of thing with 20%, and the reason I'm just using 20% because you remember we said before originally AECOM was only going to consider 75-foot depth of the lots, which means that 25% of lots were going to be absorbed. Now they're considering 100% of the lots going into the street. So originally, they were only going to do 75 feet, which is 25%.
And
we're
you
gonna do it.
absolutely believe that none of that water runs off into the street, right?
But here's another
No, I'm
problem.
saying 75% runs into the street.
Here's another problem.
I'm saying take 75% running into the street. Okay?
One of the virtues of Ed's suggestion, in Ed's estimation, is that it would obviate the need to build a lot of underground conduit.
And Steve would get his part.
But here's the problem. One of the virtues of the plan that's on the table now is adaptability for the
Yes,
future.
right.
If you don't have that underground conduit and the future requires it, it ain't there.
Okay. I think that we are going to ask for a motion to close and adjourn. And this will be continued. And we will continue to schedule more information for you.